Let's take the pledge. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my strength, to defend her unity, and uphold her honor and glory. So help me God. Please take your seats. All right, thank you very much for joining us again on day 2 of the NECA 2025 Summit. My name is Ernest Osogboe, and I'll be anchoring the business for today. And it's my pleasure and honor to be here. Ebere may be joining us later, but between now and that time, I'll just be, I see faces, I don't know, maybe because we're talking about taxation yesterday, and Nigerians are really worried about being taxed, so maybe that's your face is gloomy. But be that as it may, I want to appreciate NECA for their efforts on a yearly basis in contributing to nation building. I want to appreciate the President and Chairman of Council, NECA, Dr. Ifeanyi Okoye, MNIOFR. Please, a round of applause. And of course, the Director General, Mr. Adewale Smart Oyerinde, Director General and Chief Executive of NECA. Please, a round of applause for him. Young, dynamic leadership. I know young persons have been fighting. They want to take over in Nigeria. I think he's an example of what young people can do when they're given opportunities. So please, we appreciate NECA for bringing us here on a yearly basis. There are also members of the Governing Council of NECA who are here. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you so much for your support to the Chairman and the Director General. For our dignitaries, please, I know our organizers will be sending your names and I'll be recognizing you as the events go on. For now, we have no time to waste as we delve into the business of the day. We are standing on the protocols already established yesterday. Let's get that clear. Standing on the protocols already established yesterday. So for now, we are delving into this event. And it is important for us to know where we started and where we ended yesterday. And it is my honor and pleasure to invite someone who will help us to do a recap of all the events that took place here yesterday. And please, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Vivian Ikem, the Vice Chairperson, Summit Planning Committee, to do a recap of the events that took place yesterday. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Mr. Ikem, you're very welcome. You're looking agile, and you're ready to give us a recap. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Chairman of the Governing Council of NECA and our DG, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to share with us key highlights from a very exciting and engaging opening day of the 2025 Nigeria Employers Summit. And for those of us that were in the room yesterday, I'm sure it was very memorable. Apart from the opening ceremony that featured a keynote address by our special guest of honor and the person of the Vice President of the Federation, who was ably represented by his special advisor, we also had two very insightful plenary sessions that deep dived into some critical issues that affect all of us. One was the fiscal reforms, and the other, the regulatory reforms. At the keynote address by the Vice President, represented by Temitola Adekunle Johnson, Special Advisor to the President on Job Creation and MMSE, the President emphasized the critical need for a unified national response to Nigeria's economic challenges. He urged Nigerians to leverage the nation's demographic strength to foster economic resilience and competitiveness. And it was striking that he commended NECA for the timeliness of this summit. And he used the opportunity to reiterate the federal government's unwavering commitment to building a stable and inclusive economy in line with the Renewed Hope agenda. We also took goodwill messages from sister organizations, ministries, agencies, and departments. So we had a goodwill message from the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. We had a goodwill message from the EFCC. We have goodwill messages from the Ministry of Labor, from the NSITF, from the Nigerian Customs Service, and of course from NASIMA, whose president is also the president of the organized private sector of Nigeria. And after those formalities, we delved into the two incisive plenary sessions I talked about that took a deep dive into critical issues of fiscal reform. The first session was on tax reform imperatives, balancing revenue generation and enterprise competitiveness for sustainable national development. That session was kickstarted by a keynote address or speech by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, who is the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. And for those that know Mr. Oyedele, how their implementation will put the nation on a path to sustainable development. After his speech, we had a great panel discussion. And we had great panelists, distinguished personalities like Chief Inclusive Growth. The session brought together public and private sector leaders to interrogate Nigeria's tax landscape and identify pathways to implement a fair, transparent, and growth-oriented tax regime. And the discussions emphasized the need to balance government's revenue agenda with the private sector sustainability, productivity, and competitiveness. A quick highlight from that session: there was a broad consensus that the ongoing tax reforms must support economic growth, attract investment, and improve compliance. It was also, and then the key recommendations from there was that there should be it should fast track the presidential assent to the tax reform bills. So the federal government should prioritize and expedite the signing of the tax reform bills to operationalize critical reforms that will enhance investor confidence and provide clarity on fiscal expectation. And it seems the president was following the discussions we had yesterday, because I understand that those bills will be assented to today. Can we give ourselves a round of applause? There was also a strong recommendation to simplify and harmonize the tax system across the various tiers of government. The government should lead coordinated engagement with the subnationals to reduce multiple and overlapping taxes, eliminate double taxation, and promote ease of doing business across the country. The session also recommended that the government should reject measures that disincentivize enterprise growth. Proposals such as linking personal and corporate bank accounts for tax profiling should be reviewed, as they risk driving informality and discouraging business expansion. There was a recommendation to expand the tax net through formalization of the informal sector. The government should roll out incentive-based registration schemes, promote financial inclusion, and deploy digital tools to bring informal enterprises, especially in agriculture and services, into the formal tax system. And the incentive, that they should tie incentives to measurable investment thresholds. So like tax holidays, rebates, and other incentives must be linked to specific, verifiable capital investment and job creation objectives with clear metrics to measure this. And finally, from that session, there was a recommendation to institutionalize public-private sector dialogue mechanism. There's a strong need to embed structured engagement between government and the organized private sector through platforms such as NECA to co-create reform. And the session concluded with it also drives enterprise resilience, economic diversification. Into the second plenary session yesterday, which was on, were in the room and listened to the challenges he faced in his private businesses with regulations. And he did share with us the critical importance of the session we had on regulatory reforms. And the session was anchored on the address by the DG of PEBEC, Princess Zara Mustafa Audu. And in her very compelling, down-to-earth approach to issues and deep understanding of her role, I think she won a lot of admirers in the room in terms of her commitment and passion to ensure that there are effective and concrete reforms in the regulatory landscape. The session also had a very high-profile discussant, because we had on that panel the Director General of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadiri, MNI. We also have the Director General of NAFDAC, who was ably represented by pharmacist Chizoba Maduaguna. We had Engineer Benga Adetayo, the Director General of Alcon, and of course, Mr. Sadiq Kasim from TGI Group. The session was ably moderated by Ms. Shewoni, the Group Managing Director and CEO of AG Leventis. And she did such a wonderful job. I'm told that if there was a vote for the best moderator of the day, she will have won with an overwhelming majority. The session itself was very incisive. The key highlights: significant institutional reforms initiated by PEBEC had included Business Facilitation Act of 2022, development of regulatory impact analysis framework, establishment of efficiency committees, a real-time issue escalation portal, and successful resolution of the FRCN compliance levies. The session also looked at the improved public-private engagement, where stakeholders acknowledged visible improvements in collaboration with agencies like NAFDAC, especially in reducing regulatory duplication and delays, with initiatives such as NAPAM's automation and the forthcoming MOU with SON as promising steps. That subnational misalignment and policy fragmentation. So while federal government reforms are gaining traction, participants expressed concern that states operate in silos, often introducing contradictory regulations, taxes, and approvals that undermine national policy coherence and the ease of doing business. The session also highlighted the growing influence of what was tagged super regulators and non-statutory actors, particularly legislative overreach into operational mandates. There were strong calls to reaffirm the separation of powers and ensure agencies stick to their legal mandates. Participants reiterated that delays, corruption, and fragmented inspection procedures at ports continue to hinder trade competitiveness. And then the exclusion of the informal sector and rural enterprises. That many reforms efforts are urban-centric and formal sector focused. So there's a need. A call was made to integrate the informal actors, especially in rural areas, into regulatory support frameworks. This mechanism to protect enterprises from undue intimidation and regulatory ambiguity. To drive full automation of regulatory processes across all the MDAs with a January 2026 target date, ensuring real-time access to services, reduce turnaround time, and transparency. There was a recommendation to engage the ministries of budget and finance to shift towards project-based budgeting and eliminate arbitrary funding cuts that hinder reform continuity and agency performance, and to optimize port and customs processes to ensure the implementation of approved port upgrades, concessions, renewals, and new awards to improve infrastructure. At the end, stakeholders commended PEBEC's reforms and emphasized the need for continuous collaboration, accountability, and inclusivity in regulatory processes. A resilient, business-friendly Nigeria requires sustained reforms at all levels, driven by innovation, dialogue, and transparency. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is what transpired yesterday. With this, I welcome you to day 2, which promises to be even more engaging, inspiring, and rewarding in terms of concrete outcomes. Once again, thank you very much, and please, let's sit back to enjoy the session today. Thank you.
Okay, you know, something happened the other day. My friend called me. He said, our family, we lost somebody, and they say we should contribute millions of naira, 3 million, 5 million, 10 million. And we were discussing and we were asking, some of these people contributing this money. They never gave the dead person even 5,000 naira when he was alive. And I said, look, it's great to appreciate people when they're alive. You know, we said give a round of applause to Mr. Ikem for the very good roundup he did when he is alive. Don't you love to be appreciated when you are alive? People will be contributing millions who never gave you 1 naira to even eat Gary. I mean, and Nigerians will do it all the time. So let's get to understand that. It's good to appreciate people when they're alive. Thank you so very much, Mr. Ikem, for that very erudite presentation. Before we go further into the program, I understand that we have some very important persons who have joined us here, and it's important that we at least acknowledge them and, of course, appreciate them for being here. I understand we have Dr. Abdul Rashid Ayu Yerima, the President, Chairman of the Governing Council, Nigeria Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, NASME. Are you here, sir? Please indicate by, please a round of applause for him. He's still living, and we appreciate him for being here. We also have in our presence here the Deputy Comptroller General, Caroline K. Nyangwan, FSI, Deputy Comptroller General of Nigeria Customs. Please, ma, we appreciate you for being here. Thank you so much for joining us, supporting the job that NECA is doing in trying to move our country, just move the needle. We also have Dr. Muda Yusuf, Chief Executive Officer, Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprises. Sir, we appreciate you. Please give a round of applause. Like we said, let's appreciate our people when they are here with us. We also have Ms. Claire Henshaw, UNDP, is the team lead, Inclusive Growth Unit, National Program Specialist. Ms. Henshaw, thank you so much. We appreciate you for being here with us. We also have in our midst Mr. Wasim El Husseini. He is the Managing Director, Nestle Nigeria PLC. You're very welcome. We appreciate you, sir, for being here and supporting NECA all the time. I remember seeing you here on a few of our occasions as well. And of course, we have Mr. Dakpo Otunla. He is the Director, SVP, Chief Corporate Services Officer. Could you just indicate where you are? We're very welcome, sir. We appreciate you. Thank you for joining us again. And we also have Professor Mutiu Oyinlola, Chief Economist, Bank of Industry. He's representing the Managing Director, Dr. Olasupo Olusi. Sir, we appreciate you. Thank you for joining us. Just a few moments ago, Mr. Vivian Ikem made allusions to the fact that a bill will soon be assented to by the President, and based on a few things that NECA has done over time. And the challenge I have with Nigerians is this. Every day there are complaints. Nigerians will complain. Roads, food. There is something we need to understand, that over time, if you study the history of how nations are built and how they are made better, it comes in no, it's not inches, in centimeters. In centimeters. The needle is just moved one little bit. The only thing that is required is consistency. If you're doing the right thing, keep doing it, and over time, the results will emanate. So I want to appreciate NECA. Over the years, every year, you bring us here, we talk, we discuss. Without knowing it, you're moving the needle one little bit at a time. And ultimately, one day, we will get that Nigeria of our dreams. So congratulations to NECA. I thought you were going to appreciate them with a little bit of round of applause for what they are doing. Thank you so much. Mr. President will assent to that bill, and more bills will emanate, even from the events of yesterday and the ones of today. Having said that, it's my pleasure now to invite Mr. Stanley Eluwa. He's the HR Director, Promise Door, to introduce our speakers for the next event. So Mr. Stanley Eluwa, please a round of applause for him as he steps forward to the podium for the introductions for the next event. The more you clap, the faster he gets here, please.
Good morning, everyone. Permit me this morning to stand on existing protocols. And thank you for being here, for those of us who have come early. This morning, my role here is to introduce a speaker the moderator and panelists for our third plenary session, which focuses on facilitating trade and attracting investment, maximizing collaborative government and private sector, in this instance, approaches for rapid outcomes. Our speaker today is the Special Advisor to the President on Industry, Trade and Investment. He is Mr. John Uwajumogu. Mr. John Uwajumogu is the Special Advisor to the President on Industry, Trade and Investment, with over 25 years of global experience in management consulting. He has led major advisory projects across sectors and continents, specializing in corporate strategy, investment planning, and energy. Formerly a partner at Ernst & Young, he directed the firm's West Africa energy practice. He holds a master's in international affairs from the Fletcher School and is a certified public accountant, AICPA. His strategic leadership is instrumental in advancing Nigeria's industrial growth, trade expansion, and investment attraction. Please join me to make welcome Mr. John Uwajumogu to the platform. Thank you. Like our moderator said earlier, the better you clap, the faster he gets here. Thank you. To help us moderate this session, we have no other than Dr. Muda Yusuf. Dr. Muda Yusuf is the CEO Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise. He is the immediate past DG of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, where he served for over a decade, an accomplished economist, founder CEO of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, focused on advancing private sector development. Please join me to make welcome Dr. Muda Yusuf. Thank you and welcome, sir. I'll quickly welcome members of the panel who would help champion the course of these conversations today. First on the list is Dr. Olashukbo Olusi. He is the Managing Director, CEO, Bank of Industry. He's represented today by Professor Mutiu Oyinlola, Chief Economist, Group Head, Research Strategy of the Research Division. Dr. Olusi is the Managing Director stroke CEO of the Bank of Industry and a distinguished economist with over 20 years of global experience in economic policy, development finance, and private sector growth. And he has held senior roles at the World Bank, IFC, and Nigerian's Ministry of Finance, leading major reforms and multi-million-dollar projects. Please join us as we make welcome his rep, Professor Mutiu Oyinlola. Thank you. We also have on this panel Mr. Bashir Adewale Adeni, MFR, Controller General, Nigeria Customs Service, ably represented by DCG CK Nyangwan. I hope I got that right. Thank you. DCG Tariff and Trade. Let's put our hands together for her as she comes. Thank you, madam. And also on this panel is Mr. Olusegun Awolowo, National Coordinator, Nigeria AFCFTA Coordination Office. Represented as well by Dr. Fatima Bello, Deputy Lead, Trade Enablement and Coordinator, PRNL, Nigeria AFCFTA Coordination Office. Okay, so we are still expecting her, and will let us know when he arrives here. We have Ms. Claire Henshaw, Team Lead, Inclusive Growth Unit, National Programs Specialist, United Nations Development Program, the UNDP. Thank you. Ms. Claire Henshaw is a seasoned development practitioner, known for her work in human capital development, migration, gender, youth employability, innovation, and social protection, with a passion for improving outcomes in marginalized communities. She leverages innovation, policy, technology, and data to drive measurable impact. Please, can we put our hands again together for her? Thank you. We also have on this panel Dr. Abdul Rashid Yorima, PhD, President and Chairman, National Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, NASME. He's a distinguished industrial strategist and president of NASME, where he champions inclusive policies and strategic partnerships to advance SME development in Nigeria and beyond. With a robust background spanning NEPA, Power and Steel Technologies, and Vigex Resources Limited, Dr. Yerima brings decades of entrepreneurial leadership across manufacturing, agribusiness, energy, and services. Please, can we put our hands together as we make welcome Dr. Abdul Rashid Yerima. Okay, so would welcome him when he comes back. So to take us forward from here, I'll just pass the mic very quickly to our speaker for the day, who would set the ball rolling, and then we would progress from there with the moderator managing the conversations. So join me again as we make welcome Mr. John Owajumogu. Please let's put our hands together for him.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the organizers, and I welcome everybody to this conversation that we're going to have. I think it's a conversation that it's very relevant to us, given where we are in given our growth stage, given what's happening globally, and given what the future holds for us. We're a country with very favorable characteristics, but those favorable characteristics, fortunately, are also a double-edged sword. We often talk about what a large population we have and how that represents a huge market for Nigeria and for investors. But at the same time, that also, if you're not going to adequately cater and support that huge population that is very young and it's estimated to grow, then it becomes an existential threat. So we're at a period where we need to grow fast, and we need to grow very big. And trade and investment are two key components in being able to achieve that. So today, if we can get the presentation on. So today I'll be giving context to the global imperatives that are shaping the decisions that we'll have to make as we seek to leverage trading and investment in driving our economic growth, and how that plays into the way Nigeria positions itself in the midst of all these external imperatives. Then we characterize the Nigeria investment and trade landscape. Where are we? What are some of the factors that we can leverage to drive economic growth? And what are the challenges that we are dealing with? Then we talk about what are the prerequisites towards driving, increasing our trade capacity and mobilizing investment into our economy. We look at the reforms that need to be in place, both enabling reforms and targeted interventions. And also take a look at what other countries who have contemplated the same challenges that we're dealing with today, and how did they ride their own, what pathway did they take on their way to prosperity. So, we are living in a period, of really rapid change. The rules that have governed the multilateral and rule-based global trade order that has essentially been in place for over the last 50 years, and some may argue has been the source of huge global prosperity that we've experienced, is under threat. And many countries are beginning to pull inward, reverting to protectionist measures, seeking alliances, and going into trading blocs. But for us in the global south, we believe multilateralism makes sense, and which underlies the decision to be a signatory to the AFCFTA. And we believe economic openness, particularly within the African context, it's something that should guide Nigeria's pathway as we navigate through all these external forces that is forcing decision on how we trade, who we trade with, and where we attract investments from. So what are these external imperatives? Every day we hear about the US-China rivalry. We've seen the America's tariff war with China and other countries. And we've seen how, global supply chains are beginning to, as an impact of all of these global tensions, the economic fragmentation that is causing with different regions creating blocks, with China changing their supply chain. While this creates an uncertainty within the global context, it also provides an opportunity for Nigeria to position itself as the trade and manufacturing hub for the global south. And at the same time, apart from these geopolitical tensions and the economic fragmentation that it has engendered, we are at a period where energy transition is forcing what sort of fuel that we use to power our economy. And it's making, and particularly that is a very serious issue for us, where in the global south, and particularly in Nigeria, where a lot of our energy still comes from fossil fuels. So our ability to begin to attract investments for the sort of energy that is required to industrialize, to build our trading capacity could potentially be under threat. So this shift to clean energy must be financed fairly. And and we, at the same time, we must invest urgently in whether in gas, in solar, and other forms of clean energy, and making sure that we are advocating for a just transition that takes into consideration the unique and peculiar circumstances of our environment. And also, we are seeing technology in form of advancements in nano and AI and automation, redefining competitiveness. We're seeing old, established business models being disrupted as businesses move to a more innovation and technology-based solutions. So building your economy based on exploitation of factor products, being a factor economy, it cannot provide the same pathway to prosperity that maybe it did a couple of decades ago for China or for some of the other countries that leverage cheap labor or cheap factor inputs to trade and to on their way to prosperity. Advances in technology is increasingly shortening that pathway. So we must prioritize investments in digital infrastructure and innovation to lead in this knowledge-based economy. So what is the context? What is the local context? This is often a chicken and egg issue in the sense that which should come first between investment, trade, how do you sequence it? Investment, trade, and industrialization. Now, while we seek investment either to industrialize or to drive trade capacity so that we can compete effectively in a global marketplace, because at the end of the day, what countries do is trade advantages. So the more advantage you have, the more competitively you're able to engage in the global marketplace. But when we take a look at investment as a driver, we have what I call an investment conundrum. We don't get enough of it, and the ones we are getting is not as productive. Our incremental capital output ratio, which measures the productivity of every naira of investment that's put into the economy, is quite high. So this is a situation where the higher the number, the worse the result. So that means we need to put as much money into the economy to generate the same gain. So we are not as productive as we need to be, which means we are spending more and we are getting less, despite the fact that we still have to increase the quantum of investment that is required to be able to drive our economic growth. The ones that we're already getting is not as productive as it should be. But luckily, the problems, no matter how deep-seated and far-reaching they are, there are solutions that we're used to address this. And part of that solution means in implementing enabling reforms and targeted interventions that are transformational, and goes to producing some of the things that we having a strong import substitution, and at the same time complementing it with a strong export capacity that is competitive and creating a conducive environment in order for us to gain that investor confidence to be able to come and invest in our economy. So, what are the lessons from some of the countries that have had to contemplate this sort of issues that we are dealing with at the moment? I've looked at economic history, and we found two countries that we believe share some of the issues that we're dealing with in their growth journey. Chile in the 80s, early 80s, and South Korea in the 60s provide compelling examples of what countries did to be able to overcome the binding constraints on growth. that we are experiencing right now. Chile took the path of broad reforms, so I'll call it general enabling transformational reforms, looking at macroeconomic stability, strong institutions, liberalizing their trade, and as a result, the investments, all these efforts manifested in investments rising by 11% over a decade and growth averaging 7% a year. For South Korea, they used targeted transformational interventions by focusing on state-led industrial policy, back-end strategic industries, essentially choosing winners who they believe would have a multiplier effect on the economy, and backing those strategic sectors with long-term finance, export incentives, strategic subsidies in technology development, and as a result, they experience 30%, investment hits 30% of GDP, and they experience growth rates of 10% annually. And I mean, most of us have heard about the chaebols. That's a result that came out as a result of these interventions by South Korea. So the Samsungs and the Hyundais came about as a result of this. So both approaches worked, however different they were. But what was key was, irrespective of the pathway that it took, they maintained discipline in execution, and they were consistent, and there was a clear national vision, and they executed. For us, the lesson we draw from here, because in Nigeria, we are undertaking a combination, if you will, that Chile shows the power of stable rules, creating a conducive environment that will encourage investors to bring their investment for you to industrialize and build your trade capacity. And South Korea shows the potential of strong state-backed focused action. So a hybrid approach is what we're undertaking in Nigeria, and we have to get the basics right, and then we have to back the sectors that will provide us with that transformational growth that we need and act as the multiplier effect to catalyze development in other sectors as well. No. Can you go up one more slide? No, up. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, never mind. Thank you. So, our target is clear. The administration came out with a $1 trillion GDP at the end of 10 years. So that's 2031. And in order to achieve this, we have to start putting things in place today to be able to, in 10 years, achieve that threefold increase in GDP. And that means sustaining an 8.3% increase in GDP growth from our 3% about right now. And this can only be possible if we transform how capital flows into our economy. And now, we have the favorable endowments, as I mentioned earlier, that can help us achieve this target. We have the population, we have the geography, our infrastructure, despite the huge deficits we have, still provides a strong base that can be leveraged to drive further growth and move us into that level of exponential growth which we need to be able to cater for a population that is going to hit 400 million in the next couple of decades. But to do this, there are some foundations that have to be in place. We must build industrial capacity. because without industrial capacity, we won't be able to compete favorably in a global marketplace, and we won't be able to mobilize investments because there won't be anywhere where the investments would go into. And creating a stable business environment is a non-negotiable. That is a popular quote, which is that capital is a coward and only goes to environments where it's secure. And in this case, creating a stable environment that is open and is accountable, it's a non-negotiable for you to be able to mobilize investments into your economy. And of course, we need to make sure we have the right enabling infrastructure in terms of transport, energy, to be able to turn all these favorable endowments that we have, all this potential into performance. So what are the challenges that are really the binding constraints that has made it quite difficult for us to scale? Now, we are all very familiar about these challenges, so I won't go into all of them, but I'll just pick a few. One, we are a mono economy, highly dependent on oil. One of the examples we used, Chile, faced the same thing. They were highly dependent on NECA. They had the same extractive-based economy such as us, but today, through those general enabling reforms and access to finance, have been able to diversify their exports basket and have become a global leader in wine, in salmon, in agricultural products, and have gone from a low-income to high middle-income country. So, what are some of those key ones? Access to capital. I'm sure a lot of businesses here will tell you that the availability and affordability of capital is a major issue. We know our infrastructure is quite weak and continues to be a challenge and makes the cost of running business very expensive, which is why we have, which puts a stop on how much we're even able to trade. We export raw materials, which means that we are actually exporting jobs and value to other countries. And interestingly, at the same time, because of the low human capital index, particularly in terms of skill, inability to have people with strong industrial skill sets, we are now importing jobs, even though we don't have enough jobs, just because our people don't have the capacity to perform some of the industrial works that we need. So these are binding constraints. They hold up our ability to build industrial capacity, compete favorably, and solving them is no longer an optional if we are going to achieve the $1 trillion GDP goal that we've set for ourselves in the next 10 years. So we believe that having a strong industrial base, it's the first starting point, because that's what gives us the lever to be able to build, like I mentioned, trade competitively and provide an investment target for investors to go into. So why do we believe that a strong industrial base matters right now? Supply chain resiliency. We've seen how global shocks has disrupted supply chains and how countries who do not have that capacity to produce locally have suffered as a result. I draw your attention to, in 2020, COVID-19, we saw a situation where countries who do not have that industrial capacity weren't able to produce the PPP, which is the protective wares, and the medications that they needed, and were essentially beholden to other countries to supply to them, something that we in Nigeria suffered. Now, countries who previously maybe were importing these items, but because of the strong local industrial capacity they had, were able to turn those engines of industry to produce those items to meet the needs of their economy. So essentially, having a strong industrial base gives you that economic sovereignty that secures your economy. Two, it diversifies our economy and removes that over-reliance on oil that continues to plague us, and being able to export our diversify our export basket. Talked about jobs. It creates jobs and also higher paying job, which helps lift the about 100 million Nigerians that are living under the poverty level out of poverty. And China shows a great example on what can easily be done by strong industrial capacity. And also it drives innovation, because this is where research meets industry. And through that, we're able to use technology to power productivity gains. And this is something that, in the example with South Korea, they did exceedingly well. As they took that state-led industrial approach in picking strategic sectors, they focused on heavy machinery and put a lot of money in research and development. Now, that allowed them to first develop that strong, heavy industries in steel and shipbuilding, and then transitioned today to semiconductors and being one of the leading exporters of high technology. But all of this is not going to happen if we don't have the strong foundational pillars to build an industrial base. We have to have the advanced infrastructure, the roads, the railways that can give us that ability, the waterways, give us that ability to move, have that long haul, large capacity ability to move goods across country. We have to have the energy to be able to support an industrial base at 6,000 or 10,000 megawatts. It's not going to cut it. We're going to need multiples of that to be able to support an industrial base. And we talked about skills and the challenges that we are facing in this economy. And I'll give an example from, many of you have probably seen this, Tim Cook, who is the CEO of Apple, on how he mentioned the reason why Apple is in China, and a lot of companies similar to them are in China, is not because China is cheap. It's not because of low cost of labor. China has stopped being cheap for a long time. But it's because for skilled precision engineers, that for the type of work that they do, and he gave the example, in a room like this, if it was in the United States, you probably wouldn't be able to fill it. But in China, you would need 3 times, if you're having a conference, on tools and skilled engineers to fill it. So it is that skill is the reason why they are in China, not necessarily low labor. So we cannot position and continue to position ourselves as an environment where labor is cheap and we have factor endowments and cheap raw materials. No. The way to win in this 4th industrial revolution is through upskilling. And of course, we have to have that predictable environment, an environment that is open, that is stable, and is predictable. Predictability doesn't mean that things do not change, but when things change, there's a protocol, there's a process, and people know what to expect. So, what do we really need to do to truly unlock investments? Of course, we need to, like I mentioned, have that enabling policies and frameworks. We need to facilitate access to capital that is cheap, that is affordable, and is long-term in nature. And we need to upskill our people, create a low-cost environment, and of course, strengthen our intellectual property laws and frameworks. That is also what supports a research and development environment when you know that whatever you develop, whether it's intellectual property or physical property, that the law protects your invention and enables people to put more money in creating an innovation ecosystem. So what is our industrial strategy? We are taking a two-pronged approach. And on one part, the underlying logic behind it is to move from volume to value. And to give you an example of what that means, if we take agriculture as an example, we are often the largest producer of many agricultural products, whether it's cassava, whether it's soya, any of the key staple rice. We are the largest producer in Africa and have the largest amount of land under cultivation. But when you look at our yield, we rank very low compared to our peers, which again goes back to the fact that our investment is not productive enough. So going from volume to value means that it's not just producing, expending so much to produce the same, but spending less to produce more, making sure that we are productive as an economy. And the first to start from that is to look at what are the things that we can easily produce that we are currently importing. So import substitution is a key, is one part of that two-pronged approach. And the goal is to support Nigerian inputs, enforce backward integration, and which, based on the top 6 items that we are currently importing, we will be able to save $25 billion. And that's money that can go into creating jobs, higher incomes, and taking us on that exponential growth. And in terms of export competitiveness, currently a large percentage of our exports, as we know, is in oil and gas, and just very little is non-oil exports. And in order to do that, for us to grow that, is not by continuing in exporting raw materials, but rather in value addition. And through value addition, we're able to upscale, create more businesses, and also retain more, get a bigger share of the value of the global value distribution. And by doing that, we are able to estimate we can go from $6 billion to $20 to $30 billion in terms of gains from just from value adding to the raw materials that we're currently exporting. And the work that is being done by the raw materials research agency in looking at ways to encourage more value addition on whether it's agricultural or mineral or solid minerals will go a long way in helping us address these issues. So what are we doing? In taking a hybrid model towards what levers would we pull in being able to drive exponential growth. We are pursuing both enabling reforms, and we've seen those enabling reforms with the overarching idea of creating a stable macro environment. And with that, we've seen the unification of the exchange rates, the subsidy removal in trying to address the distortive effects of subsidies on the economy, the Business Facilitation Act, which makes it easier to start businesses and remove some of the bottlenecks that businesses face from regulatory overreach, and the Investments and Securities Act, which provides investment protection to investors and gives them that confidence to be able to come into our environment. We're also implementing targeted interventions. We've seen the economic corridors, whether it's the Sokoto Badagry, the Lagos Calabar, that are designed to open up the country, make it easy for commerce to flow, and also make it easy for manufacturers in particular to go and locate in the hinterland and be able to spread and decentralize development across Nigeria, not necessarily concentrated in only one area as how we have it now. So it's not to copy any single country, but because there's no single pathway, but it's just to see applying lessons from what other people have done and then adapting them to our realities. And this is going to be a combination of both policy incentives, fiscal incentives, executive orders, because sometimes trying to go through the policy process may take a long time, and you will need executive orders to accelerate the development and the outcomes that you're looking for. Okay, so these are some of the interventions to address some of those binding constraints that we talked about earlier. In order to tackle poverty and some of the most vulnerable and help the most vulnerable of our citizens, one of the first things that the president did was in making available grants, 50 billion grants to nano businesses, and as well as concessional loans to MSMEs and manufacturing companies. We also, in the recent budget, there's been a 500 billion naira and 1.5 trillion naira recapitalization of BOI and the back of industry, in understanding that you need concessional type loans to businesses in order to encourage them, particularly in a high-cost environment such as us. We've launched the Presidential CNG Initiative with an effort to alleviate the impact of the subsidy removal and also create alternative to PMS and also make gas widely available to both industry and for transportation. We have the special agriculture processing zones that would provide infrastructure for agro-allied industries, and as well as the implementation of the directive for the Nigeria First policy, which prioritizes local and indigenous producers using government procurement as a leverage to create market access for businesses and MSMEs. So, how do we collaborate? What is the role of government? What's the role of investors? And what's the role of the multilateral partners, trade associations, communities? Government must provide that enabling environment, even as it attempts to intervene in targeted and strategic industries. But the overarching goal of government is to provide that enabling environment. And private sector must continue to innovate and invest and provide that long-term capital that will be the catalyst for transformation. And the community and labor must also be part of the solution in providing technical expertise, technical assistance, policy advocates, and holding everybody accountable. So, if we were to achieve the goal that we've set for us, we'll have a $1 trillion economy, a manufacturing sector that exports and diversifies our export basket, a youth population, a population that have the requisite skills to compete globally, and have secure, well-paying jobs, a Nigeria that exports intermediate and finished goods and is not reliant, and is no longer a factor economy, but has moved on to an investment and an knowledge economy. And this is the future that we are all working for. And for it to happen, it's going to require a collaborative effort between government, between investors, between the trade associations, the NGOs together to make this happen. Because as businesses, in fact, businesses in recognizing this fact is no longer even saying shareholder value, they're now saying stakeholder value, recognizing that for them to achieve as a business, even with how narrow and profit-focused businesses are, and as they should be, but they're recognizing that for you to achieve that, you need the collaborative effort of your customers, your vendors, your employees, everybody to make that happen. And that's the impetus for ESG. And in that regard, we also need such collaboration in being able to drive our economy to the heights that we want it to be. So thank you very much. And once again, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you on this matter, and I'll be sitting back for any questions. Thanks.
Please, a better round of applause for Mr. John Owajumogu. He's the SA Industry, Trade and Investments to the President. Yes, as we strike the set, please strike the set. I want to quickly invite Dr. Fatima Bello, representing Mr. Olusegun Awolowo, National Coordinator, Nigeria FCTA Coordination Office, to join the panel. Please, a round of applause for her. And we know that the Special Advisor to the President may just be leaving us shortly, so I want to invite quickly the Director General and the Chairman of NECA, please, for a group photograph with the panelists and the moderator. Dr. Muda Yusuf, you have to pardon us. We are still in a bit of your time, so just hold on a moment. We shall soon be handing over the microphone back to you. So please, for a group photograph, let's rise with the Chairman and the DJ, please. Official photographers, please, will you help us with that? Is it sorry? Or shall I help us check? All right, quickly, I want to quickly recognize, before we continue with our session, Mr. Fidelis Imoisili, Director General, Federation of Construction Industry, FOCS. You're here with us. We appreciate you for joining us. Mr. Adewale Jones is Executive Secretary, Association of Food, Beverage, and Tobacco Employers. We also appreciate you. Otumba Kunle Jayesimi, CFAO. We appreciate your presence. Dr. Chinedu Nnabuihe, Managing Director, Pro Health HMO. We appreciate you for being here. I'm Mr. Toby Adeniyi, MD Unilever Nigeria PLC. We also have Dr. Afiz Oluwatoyin, Director General, Industrial Training Fund, ITF. You're very welcome, sir. Thank you so much. All right, sir. Dr. Yusuf, yes, I hand over the mic back to you. I think you will be leading this one as well. So I don't know.
All right.
Who doesn't have a mic here?
Thank you very much for that great speech. Can we once again appreciate the special advisor for that wonderful presentation? Now we will go into the panel discussion. Just as you can see from the theme, there are two major components to this conversation. The first is facilitating trade and attracting investment. And let me also emphasize here that when we talk about investment, it's about both domestic and foreign investment. Because most often there are tendencies to feel that when we talk about investment, we are talking about how to attract foreign investment. So it's about both domestic and foreign investment. And it's about those who are producing and those who are in the service sector. It's also about the small businesses. The second component is about collaboration between the government and the private sector. Those are the two major components of our theme here. So the way we are going to address this is to invite each of the panelists to speak to the theme for about 5 minutes each. You speak to the theme, and you also speak to, any aspect of the presentation that you feel like you want to comment on. Secondly, I also need to emphasize that the organizers have stressed the need for a solution-focused conversation. So we don't want to spend so much time talking about the problems. Practically everybody knows what the problems are. We should be focusing more on solutions so that at the end of this session and at the end of the conference, we're able to put together a compendium of solutions that will be transmitted to government. That is the way we can get value from this summit. So let me start from my immediate left here. I have Professor Mutiu. From BOI, you have listened to the speaker, and you also know what the theme is. Can you share your perspective in just about 5 minutes on the theme? You are speaking now from BOI perspective. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. And I want to thank NECA for inviting us to this discussion. It's a very important discussion, even for the Bank of Industry, where our goal and our mandate is about industrialization and enterprises growth. And as the oldest development finance institution in Nigeria, I think we've been trying to do this and also trying to address some of the issues and challenges that the presenter actually mentioned. Part of our activities involve providing the financial support. Not just that, we also provide the advisory support towards establishment of enterprises. We also, get involved in terms of rehabilitation and modernization of businesses. And like the moderator rightly mentioned, we should focus on what is practical, and what is practical in addressing some of the challenges that have been mentioned. A key one being access to capital that have been mentioned, and he actually qualified this capital to be long-term, patience capital, and this is exactly why the Bank of Industry was established, and we've been doing quite a number of these through some of our activities. He rightly mentioned a number of activities being done by the federal government. And I must just add that the Bank of Industry is the executing agency for some of these interventions in the country. You made mention the Presidential Conditional Grant Scheme, which is also being handled by the Bank of Industry. So we provide this finance either through interventions of federal government. We also provide in-house intervention to specific industries. And I will try to highlight a number of those interventions that we do. Even before we mention specific interventions, I think it's also very important to allude to the fact that there is a need for collaboration and alignment of ideas and thoughts, which is also part of what the presenter mentioned. And at in BOI, we've been trying to do that, especially with our collaboration with some agencies, including the NEPC, including also being part of the steering committee of AFCFTA, and also several other organizations that we also have intervention with. So, being specific now, our interventions involves some interaction that we have with government, and for some state government, we have what is called a matching fund. And these matching funds are targeted towards enterprises and to also ensure that we have below market rate for these enterprises, and mostly between 5 and 10%, you can actually get these long-term loans for businesses. We also engage in on-lending partnership with some commercial and microfinance banks, and this is to ensure that we reach out to so many businesses as much as we can as a bank. And this is a way to address the key and the most important problems or the challenge that businesses are facing, which is access to capital. With the recapitalization, we'll be able to reach more businesses, and hopefully we'll be able to address these challenges. I must, before I drop the mic, I think it's important for me to also highlight some of the interventions that we do within the bank. There is a program called the RAPID program, and this RAPID program is targeted towards the micro, the nano, and the micro businesses in the rural areas, so that we don't see the other interventions as urban-based. We also focus on rural areas towards ensuring that they have production going on in that area. Beyond that, we also highlight and focus on the creative industry through a program we call the IDICE. And the IDICE is specific, towards that creative industry. Again, a whole lot of our young people are actually involved in this creative area, and we are also here to support them. I will leave it here for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for sticking to time. Ms. Henshaw, over to you, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Claire Henshaw, as you already may know. I am the National Progress Specialist and lead of the Inclusive Growth Unit with a focus on trade. And it's interesting to be in this room this morning. So who is the United Nations? For those who don't know, UNDP. We are the largest development agency in the UN family, and we are in Nigeria to accompany the government of Nigeria to accomplish its development goals. Interesting, what the topic we have today in front of us is something that is extremely passionate for us at UNDP. And indeed, there are some outstanding engagements we've been having and supporting government on. But I would like to throw a question to the room. How many of you here are wearing made in Nigeria outfits, shoes, caps, whatever? By show of hand, if you are 100% wearing made in Nigeria, you should be proud of yourself. I see a few hands. I see others in the room. And I think it is critical. It begins with us. We cannot, on one hand, say we want Nigeria to be great, and yet we do not have confidence in the Nigeria that we want. And we must start first by promoting wholly made in Nigeria. We cannot sit on the sidelines anymore. If we look at the development context as we have in the world today, where does Nigeria sit in the committee of the global nations? We are sitting in a place of profound advantage. We are not supposed to be seeing the glass half empty. Now, when it comes to facilitating trade and when it comes to promoting and driving investments for Nigeria and by extension Africa, because you can't speak Nigeria without speaking Africa. If Nigeria leads the way, Africa will pivot. But what are we doing differently? UNDP is looking at three key components to drive the necessary results we need within the context of trade facilitation and within the context of bringing in investment both domestically and foreign into Nigeria. And what are these key components? You're looking at infrastructure, you're looking at human capital, and then you're looking at development finance. I'll start with development finance because resources, money, currency, hard currency drives the kind of results that we want to see when it comes to the industrial revolution that we're looking for. Together with the Ministry of Finance, UNDP is championing what we know as the Integrated National Financing Framework, INFF for short. What is INFF as an instrument trying to do? Is helping the government to galvanize greater resources to ensure that Nigeria can fund its own development agenda. There is no room for aid. Other countries are prioritizing their own countries. You would hear Donald Trump saying America first. You would hear other parts of the world putting their countries first. There is now a major shift. And we now have to ask ourselves, who is going to fund our own development agenda? African capitalists must fund Africa's development agenda. Nigerian capitalists, the private sector, you will join hands with government to fund. Nobody's coming to help us. Nobody's coming to save us. So how is the INFF as an instrument going to support this? The INFF is an instrument that helps government to identify those critical assets, those critical areas where we can actually find, I would say, the impact, the value that would ensure that we can attract the right investment into the country. And through this instrument, we have been able to map out critical locations across the country, across regions, to find where are those areas, what are those things that Nigeria has that are bankable, that are sellable, and that can also bring the value that we're looking for. Because investors will not come here to come and count bridges. Investors want to cash out, and they need an enabling environment to do that. And that is the intersection of where you have the infrastructure, human capital, and you also have the development finance coming in. If I'm going to bring in the money to the country, am I sure that I'm going to get the rewards? Am I sure that I'm going to get something of value? So while the country is benefiting, I am also making my own returns. And the question is, Nigeria bankable? Absolutely. But the question is, why are people also afraid to come with their resources into Nigeria? There are many factors that we can't go into today. But some of the quick ones, one, infrastructure. Whether we like it or not, if we are going to trade, we need the right infrastructure to ensure that we can power our MSMEs to do so. We chant that Nigeria has over 40 million MSMEs. But in reality, 94% of our MSMEs are nano businesses. Nano businesses are not going to give us the skill that we want. Only 6% are core SMEs. What does that mean for us? And what does that mean for the country and the continent? Because on one hand, we say that we have a youthful population, but do we have a competitive youthful population? Our population productive? Do they have the earning power to purchase? If investors come in and they say they want to set up or provide a particular kind of service or a kind of product, do we have the earning power to buy and own? Do we have the young talents to ensure that these people bring in their money for a purpose, and then we're also benefiting vis-a-vis? One of the key things that we have come to find is that it is not a case of us as young people not having the opportunity, but it's a case of us sometimes not being able to present those opportunities in a way that we can leverage. And I'll set some context.
Okay, madam, we'll come back to you.
Okay, come back. Okay.
In the interest of time.
Let me give the next speaker, but there are so many interesting things we need to address in the room, practical solutions. Thank you.
So let's now move on to the DCG CK Nyagwan, DCG Tariff and Trade Nigeria Customs Service. Madam, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muda Yusuf. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here to be on this panel. I would like to start by saying that Nigeria Customs Service plays a strategic role in trade facilitation, revenue collection, security, and national economic development. It is our duty as a service to safeguard national interests while at the same time facilitating legitimate trade. We have, through technological innovations, stakeholder collaborations, as well as targeted reforms, introduced initiatives that would facilitate trade And we have been able to create a customs environment that is not just efficient and transparent, but also friendly and supportive of all traders, SMEs inclusive. The service, like any other customs administration globally, is faced with the challenge of balancing trade facilitation on one hand with revenue collection and security on the other hand. And for us, trade facilitation is simply efficiency and transparency of international trade procedures to reduce time and costs of international trade transactions. And Nigeria Customs Service plays a very crucial role in this process. What we have done so far is to introduce initiatives that would facilitate trade by simplifying the customs processes and streamlining our operations. And these innovations or these initiatives, key or notable among them are, first and foremost, automating all our processes. We only have just like 2% where we have to do physical examination with other government agencies. And we have also modernized our already existing ICT infrastructures. We've introduced a new unified customs management system. That's the Bodogu, which is an electronic clearance system for speedy clearance. We have also introduced the Authorized Economic Operator Program, AEO, which some members here are beneficiaries. As Freshland is a beneficiary of this program, and this program facilitates expedited clearance for trusted traders. Traders are compliant and reliable. We have also introduced what we call the advanced ruling system, whereby we provide rulings that are binding on classification, valuation, and origin. We have, in collaboration with other government agencies, introduced what we call the time release study, which assesses and enhances the efficiency of the customs clearance process. And all these innovations or initiatives we've introduced would not have been made possible without collaborating with our stakeholders that cut across the private and public sectors. We have discovered that leveraging on these collaborations and partnerships has enabled the service to strengthen our efficiency, to enhance compliance, and at the end of the day, maximize revenue collection. These collaborations have created a customs environment that is not only transparent and effective, but has benefited trade, security, and national revenue goals. As a service, we are committed to continue to facilitate trade using processes that are efficient, transparent, and technologically driven. Our goal or our aim is to strike a balance between effective border control and seamless movement of legitimate trade. The emphasis is on legitimate trade, trade that is compliant. And we will continue to collaborate with our stakeholders because we have found that that has been key to us, for us to be able to implement these initiatives that have made the environment conducive and supportive to the ease of doing business. And we will also continue to align our operations with international standards, with standards that meet international best practices and supports the national economic growth as well as not hindering at all business activities. I would like to comment on two things from the speakers. The first thing I want to talk about is the need to modernize the trade enabling infrastructures, particularly the ports, because no matter the amount of collaborations we have between the government agencies, the private sector, as long as our ports remain obsolete, outdated, with aging infrastructures, trade cannot be facilitated. The environment cannot be conducive for investors within and outside. And the other thing is on import substitution, that is developing our exports. This is a very strategic tool for Nigeria's economic diversification as well as industrial growth. But we need to know that for it to be sustainable, we must have consistent policies. Government policies don't have to change every year. They have to be consistent to support this import substitution. We also have to have an effective business, public-private collaborations. At the same time,
Madam, your 5 minutes is over. Thank you very much. National President of NASME, Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprises. Over to you, Dr. Yerima. 5 minutes, please.
Good morning, distinguished eminent personalities. I would like to stand on the already established. So thank you very much for having me this morning to be part of this important conversation. We at the Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, we are with you. We are together in what do you call it, our private sector. So what we look at is that we have our representatives in 774 local governments across the country. And what we try to do is that we get feedbacks from them on their challenges and also escalate those challenges at the highest level, like the MSME Council, with the federal government, to give them feedback on what is happening in order to alleviate and, if possible, eradicate some of those challenges. And those challenges are in the area of access to finance, which we believe that it is important for government to say all these interventions that they are currently giving us. We appreciate that, thank you, but you can do more. Why not make it a revolving thing instead of a one-off thing from time to time? Make it a revolving thing, federal government of Nigeria, so that's number one. Number two is that federal government should combine the money from the public sector and the donor agencies to de-risk our private sector. This is very, very key because taking loan at 35% interest rate is not good. And again, we are also advocating to government that the issue of security is very, very important. This is affecting our nano businesses, also our medium enterprise businesses. They cannot, in some places that there are a lot of security challenges, they cannot go to the farm. And when they go to the market also, they cannot trade because of this. So investment inside the country also, this security issue is seriously affecting it. That is number one. Another thing is that government should make it as part of its long-term policy. That is giving MSME funds at an affordable and accessible and at a rate that is below 9%. Other clients, they give loans to MSMEs in Brazil at 3 to 4%. Why can't we have the same thing here in Nigeria? Because these MSMEs are the major employers. They are the ones that are really driving the economy. When you have some, an ecosystem that contributes about 40 to 50% to a GDP, I think that ecosystem needs proper attention. And also,
sorry, Dr. Yerima.
Yeah.
I think there are some government schemes on MSME funds and so on. And I think the special advisor mentioned something. Is it that you are not benefiting from that?
Thank you very much. The 50 billion naira intervention came through BOI, and then also they partnered with us. About 70% was disbursed. Now, at an exchange rate of 1,600 naira to the dollar, at an interest rate of 35 naira, at a cost of petrol that is 1,000 naira per liter across the country. Diesel is 1,200. What will 50,000 naira do for you? That is the question. Number two is that other clients, like in India, you have your electricity meter. You are using electricity. The moment you introduce an inverter that will, you introduce a device that stores that electricity that you can use it later, you have an incentive, because energy is a major challenge to MSMEs. Energy, we did a study, and out of the 100% of what we did in the study, 55% of businesses that died in Nigeria died as a result of energy cost, non-availability of even energy. The first thing is that it's not how many part of the country that you have 24/7. Now you don't have energy. When you have the energy, you have it at 215 naira per kilowatts. Even the 215 naira per kilowatt that you are having is not 24 hours. It's not everywhere. Our members pay 500 naira, 550 naira per kilowatt to those solar that are being provided by private entities. So when you pay that, how do you survive? What is the cost of transportation today? Well, we all know. And most of our MSMEs that are into manufacturing, between transportation and electricity, they account for 20 to 30% of their inputs. When something accounts for 30% of your input, it's not a small thing that you overlook.
Okay, Dr. Yarima, we'll come back to you.
Thank you.
We know you have a lot to say about the challenges of SMEs. Now, please, can we listen to the perspective of the AFCFTA from the representative or the special advisor? Over to you, madam.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and permit me to stand on the existing protocol. So like he said earlier, my name is Fatima Bello, and I'm the Deputy Lead for Trade Enablement, and then I coordinate policies, regulations, and laws. And before I commence, I'd like to extend the warm regards of the National Coordinator, and then he wishes us fruitful summit and impactful, and he looks forward to the impactful outcomes. I'd also like to commend the organizers for the theme of the summit itself, and then for particularly the theme of this third plenary session, which focuses on trade facilitation and collaboration. So, especially at the time when Nigeria is actively working to reposition itself as a key player on the African continent. Now, when it comes to my focus is basically going to be on Africa, because the Coordination Office, our work is based on enhancing intra-African trade. So my focus is going to be on Africa. And when it comes to Africa, Nigeria is said to have about an estimated 4% of the share of intra-African trade, making it the fourth largest exporter within the African continent, behind South Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, and Egypt, respectively. Now, it is within this, earlier when our SSA was speaking, he mentioned that we want to move Nigeria, that the aim is to get Nigeria to become a $1 trillion economy by 2030, and then to increase Nigeria's GDP by 10% year on year. Now, what that means is if we strategically position ourselves to leverage on the African continental free trade, as the Nigerian government has already reaffirmed its commitment to expand production and spur industrialization, that we will be able to have a bigger share of the African market. We'll be able to, our businesses will be able to access all the, we're going to have a lion's share of the GDP of the African continent. So when it comes to the Nigerian After Coordination Office, it's been established with a mandate. It was inaugurated first at as the National Action Committee on the African Continental Free Trade Area in 2019, with a mandate to implement to coordinate the implementation of the agreement, as well as to implement readiness programs. Now, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in line with its commitment to enhance productivity and then for the industrialization drive of the country, as well as with a focus on non-oil exports, also approved the recalibration and transformation of the office into the National Coordination Office to enhance efficiency in implementation of the agreement. So what that means for us is that we still have that mandate, and then we are also being more enabled to enhance the participation of our businesses in inter-African trade. Now, at the core of what we do is collaboration, as well as we coordinate collaboration, basically, both at the public as well as the private sector level. And then even our work extends to subnationals, where we also work with them to ensure that we increase our productivity. Again, the SSA, when he was speaking, he spoke about value addition, spoke about getting, moving away from exporting our raw materials to creating value, and then to export finished goods, which again will increase our income, would also create jobs, and then will also enhance our economy. So that again is what we work in collaboration with the public and private sector to ensure that we have the enabling, to support the enabling environment, to ensure that we have the necessary standards, to have all the standards and the frameworks in place to enable us comply with our obligations under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Now, the agreement was signed in 2018, and it became effective in 2019, and then trading under the AFTA started in 2021. So the coordination office, since its inception, had been able to do a bit of, to do quite substantial work in that regard. First of all, we were able, Nigeria has been able to participate. It has commenced trading under the AFTA with the flag of the Guided Trade Initiative, GTI, in 2024, where we had 10 companies that participated in the first round. And then the first company, which was issued a certificate of origin, by the way, is a small company. Leluk was the first, was an SME that was issued with a certificate. So since then, we've had, and then we were able to export our products to Kenya. Now we hope to scale up on that. And then we've also been able to do some, we've engaged, we've done several sensitizations as well as awareness in collaboration with the private sector, because the aim is for us to be able to enable the private sector to enhance their capacity to leverage the agreement, to increase their production, and then to access the market. So we've been able to do some work with them.
Okay, madam. Madam, if you still have time, we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Because we are running out of time.
Thank
now, the special advisor wants to respond to some of the comments. Very briefly, sir.
Hello.
Then in addition to that, I think I have some questions here. What are the specific strategies to retain investment in the face of several regulatory and legislative challenges? That's for the special advisor. What is the strategy for retaining investors and businesses already established? I think the two questions are similar. Also for you.
Good morning once again. So I would like to respond to some of the comments that we made to give some insight on what government is doing in addressing some of these issues. One, I'll start with the 50,000 with the nano businesses. Well, the 50,000 was for businesses that are designated as nano, and these are businesses, one-person businesses. Quite frankly, these people should be employed and running businesses, but the reality of our economy is that they have to sustain themselves by doing petty trade. So it's doing petty trade. So you're talking about your food sellers, like, no. So the idea is to help them. For some of these people, this could help them add a smaller stand and expand their business in some way. Of course, it is not enough. We wish we could do more, but it's a start, and it helps some of them to. You've heard testimonies of somebody who's a mama put seller, and with as little as 50 or 100,000, they've been able to expand their product offering, and that has added to how much they are taking back. Is it enough? No. Has there been external shocks that have happened since then? Of course. But the reality is that the 50,000, it's supposed to help alleviate some of the challenges that they are facing at that level. Then you have the 500,000 for the manufacturing, for the MSMEs, for the micro and for the micro businesses, which was then increased to about 1 million. So the 50 was for nano, 1 million was for the micro. Then you also have the 1 billion for the manufacturing. I mean, ₦1 billion to support manufacturing businesses. Is it enough? Of course not. Does it help? Yes. So I would like to put that out there, just to say that altogether about 250 billion was disbursed through BOI. And there are also other schemes. There's the Credit Core scheme that helps provide consumer financing, because we understand that Nigerians cannot, you need to have a credit system. And for lack of having a credit registry, sometimes it's unable for businesses to obtain credit. But through the Credit Core, people can get financing to purchase vehicles, to purchase various machinery. They don't have to wait till they've saved the money. As obtains in other countries, you can get financing for consumer products. And they've disbursed quite a lot of money. And then you have the Nigeria Credit Guarantee Scheme that was just established. This is also to provide another form of credit enhancement. Because let's be real, the credit risk in Nigeria is very real. We have the forebears of BOI that went out of business. We've seen what happened to Bank of Agriculture. That's just now needing 1.5 trillion naira to be recapitalized. And in this credit environment, government has to play a very balancing act in making sure that it's putting money out there that can be recycled so that people can pay for it. And it's also in listening to the criticisms that have come from people against BOI, saying BOI is always requiring bank guarantee and all of that. That's part of what led to the establishment of the Nigeria Credit Guarantee Scheme, a credit guarantee company that will try to backstop some of the guarantees that BOI needs so that you don't have to go to a commercial bank to give you a guarantee, which increases your cost of capital. And that company has just been established, and the board members and executive team has been seated with 200 billion naira from government. And there's going to be participation from the World Bank, from people who are outside of government. So it's not going to be a wholly government-run enterprise. But government is putting 100 billion naira down. And that's an example of the kind of collaboration that, quite frankly, is going to get us out of this mess, you know? And talking about collaboration, not only from the credit guarantee company, we also have to see collaboration in other areas as well. For example, policies. In my observation, oftentimes it is top-down. Government comes up with its policies, and either works or it doesn't work, right? But there also could be what the trade associations and the stakeholders could be doing in developing ideas, because they are the ones who are living this, developing ideas and coming to government to say, this is how a collaborative approach we can use in driving this particular challenge. And I'll give you an example that recently could serve as a best practice. And that's the MOFI Real Estate Infrastructure Fund. This is a fund that is, I'll call it a public sector enabled or private sector driven enterprise. It seeks to solve the housing challenges that we have by providing affordable housing to people. But how do you provide affordable housing? You have to deal with it on both sides, from the supply side and the demand side. On the supply side, by providing market access and guarantees to contractors, to people to build. And on the demand side, being able to provide mortgage, long-term mortgages, so that people don't have to wait 20 years to save the money to buy a house. They can get mortgages. And government did that by contributing money into a fund at near zero interest rate. And then that fund was complemented by funds from pension funds and the private sector to now lend money at a low interest rate and create more and deepen the mortgage market so that people can buy homes. So this is a collaborative effort that required government putting money at zero interest really and providing guarantees as well that now de-risk it enough for investors and even pension funds who are very risk averse to invest in this vehicle. So this sort of collaborations needs to happen, and that's the only way we can.
Thank you very much, Essie. Thank you for that response. Now, let me quickly get the perspective of Ms. Enshaw. You are the team lead in charge of inclusive growth at UNDP. Now, we have government policies, particularly the reforms, that many Nigerians have been complaining that is making a lot more people poorer. The SMEs are also complaining a lot about challenges. Some businesses have even packed up, some have left the country. So from the point of view of inclusiveness, what do you think we can do better within the current policy regime to make it a lot more inclusive so that we are not leaving too many people behind?
Thank you. One of the mantras of course, the UN family is that leaving no one behind is something that we must ensure that we tackle. I think when it comes to policy, it's not as if Nigeria is bereft of any policies. We have sound policies. Sometimes it can be harsh, like what we have seen with the Forex, we have seen with subsidy of fuel. Indeed, a lot of businesses have been unable to scale as a result of some of these challenges, but we know that in the long term, it will pay off, hopefully. But how is UNDP now trying to ensure that there is coherence within that space? We talk about the energy conversation. We know energy is a backbone for manufacturing. We know that many of the MSMEs, when you think women in processing, for example, without energy they can't work. So what is UNDP doing about it? Together with our partners, the EU, and of course the government of Nigeria through SMIDAN, we have created an ecosystem, a hub that government already provided with equipment, but that we're just lying moribund. And so what did we do? We provided a 120 kVA mini grid so that businesses, particularly those within the garment industry and the textile industry, can go there, use for a very minimal amount, and then ensure that their cost of production is brought very, very low so that they can actually make profits and scale. Furthermore, when we talk to SMEs, particularly women-owned and youth-owned MSMEs, they say the cost of logistics is too high. We can't cope. It is even easier to take something from Nigeria to Europe than to take within the African continent. So that in strengthening that, UNDP together with the Federal Ministry of Trade came together with Uganda Airlines, and more is going to happen to create a trade route that has crushed the cost of logistics by 50% and up to 75%, depending on the kg, the quantity of your goods. And so if a business was transporting, say, a cargo of 1 kg for 1,000 naira before, now you're going to be paying probably 500 naira or less. And we've seen, we recently together with the customs and the government, we have been able to push that. The first round of cargo has gone to countries like Kenya and Uganda, and they are already there. In addition to that, without technological adaptation, without innovation, we can't scale. There are some things that our young people are doing on the continent that can enable them become not just employers of labor while they're in the university spaces, but even for employers to understand the trends and know that you don't have to wait for young people to graduate. Within the universities, you can start to create excellence. And so what is UNDP doing about it? We launched a $1 billion Timbuktu project to redefine the startup economy across the African continent. But bringing it closer to Nigeria, what have we done? In a couple of months, I would say in 2 months' time, UNDP is going to be launching, together with the government of Nigeria, 10 university pods. What does that mean? It means that within the university systems, we can start to innovate. We don't need to wait for a graduate to finish NYSC. Right in the system there, how can you take an idea? When you take that idea, you take it to prototype, you take it to scale, because by that, within that space, you would have outstanding machines, such as CNC machines, different equipment that you hardly would find within the university spaces today, because again, we are not globally competitive. We bring out our graduates from school, but they do not have what it takes to compete favorably with their peers, even in some African countries. When you think Rwanda, when you think other countries like Bangladesh, one of the things that we find is that we are not necessarily bereft of ideas. We do not have the enabling environment. And so what has UNDP done in that context? With agencies like Nigerian Export Promotion Council and Nigerian NIPC, Nigerian Investment Promotion Council as well, we are trying to see how we can harmonize policies. We've seen that happen in a couple of states, Ondo, Gombe. And what that has capitalized, for example, is that in Gombe State alone, we've been able to ensure that because of the development and business readiness environment in that state, we've been able to bring in investment commitment worth over $500 million that will provide 2,000 jobs over the next 1 or 2 years. Some of these things are feasible. The question is, how are we collaborating in that space? How are we ensuring that private sector is also speaking with government and also development partners? And just like our colleague in NASME has said, how do we de-risk on behalf of private sector? Private sector cannot do some of these things alone without the assurances that things will go well for them. And to that extent, we find that if we are able to, for example, power such unipods, private sector can come in right there. They can provide the enabling environment for young people to have jobs within schools. Before they graduate, they are perfectly fit for the place of work. Another important thing we are doing to strengthen human capital is some of the job readiness programs we are doing through NGFP. Many of you must have heard about NGFP, how UNDP and the EU, the European Union, take young people as soon as they come out of the universities, we place them in jobs so that they can get the requisite skills to make them useful within the employment ecosystem. This also is in the skills space.
Thank you. There's so much to say. Again, in order to make this inclusive, we need to take some questions. My apologies, we have time constraint by panel, so we need to round up now. But let's take a few questions from the audience. Any questions or comments? Yeah, Shegun, I think there's a question from Shegun. Shegun. Okay, of course, there are a few hands up there in addition to the one you have. Let's do it quickly, please. We don't have time. Give to the lady.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask the BOI, how do the people in the rural area, like you say, get the funding that you talk about? Because a lot of them don't have bank accounts, neither do they have name or something to be able to assess that. How do they assess the funding? Thank you.
Yes, any other? Oh, give to the one close to you first. Thank you.
Good morning, moderator. Good morning, panelists. My name is Aman Kwajafa, Editor General of Nigerian Textile Manufacturers.
Louder, please.
Nigerian Textile Manufacturers Association. My question is to all the panelists regarding competitiveness. Because if we say we should export, we should be able to benchmark Nigerian companies with other competing countries. Otherwise, we'll never make it because we are disadvantaged with regards to competition, particularly infrastructure. So how can we be able to compete with other countries if we are exporting? This is my question. Thank you.
Yes, can you come here?
Morning. My question is directed to the BOI. I am the chairman of one of the branches of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. Now, one of the key challenges manufacturers in some branches are facing in terms of loan facility is the issue of BG, bank guarantee. Now, over times, we have talked with BOI to find a common ground of resolving this BG issue, because at the end of the day, you give loan facilities to manufacturers at a single digit, but by the time you go through the process of BG, you discover that the loan facility will jump up to nearly 30%. So this is a very critical issue that unless and until you are able to resolve this matter, it will continue to become a constraint to the manufacturing sector. Thank you very much.
The last one, the lady here, the lady behind you.
Thank you. My name is Ogenobu Aisiri from ActionAid Nigeria. My question is with regards to inclusivity, specifically to the Bank of Industry and Ms. Claire, particularly for marginalized groups like persons with disability. So what are we doing specifically for that category of people? Thank you.
Okay, we don't have more time. So I gave a question earlier about strategic, what you do to, what are the specific strategies to retain investments? You know, I mentioned that. Strategy to also, about strategies to retain investment in the face of several regulatory and legislative challenges. So let me start with BOI. Please, can you respond to?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think this session is actually meant for BOI. Well, I will start from the last question, and I will just pick around there. This has to do with inclusivity, and she was actually very specific with respect to the people with disability. One of the schemes or interventions of government where the BOI is actually the executing agency is the Presidential Conditional Grant Scheme. And this scheme is actually specific for women, youth, people with disabilities, okay? They are also categorized under that scheme, and the elderly. So there are specific, very specific, ways in which we then bring them on board, and that is one of them. I must also add that beyond that particular scheme, BOI is currently more focused and in terms of its strategy. So we have the 2025-2027 strategy, where we are now focused on 6 thematic areas, and the 6 thematic areas cut across issues around MSMEs, youth and skills. Then you have the gender is there, we have infrastructure, we have digital economy, then we have the climate and sustainability. So we are focused on youth, we are focused on gender. Of course, we know we speak more of women, we are focused on people with disability, even with the other scheme that I mentioned earlier. The conversation, thank you so much, Man is is a partner of BOI, and we've been having this conversation for quite a long time. Yes, BG is one area which the presenter also mentioned that we actually leverage, and it's important for us to focus on this BG because of the need for sustainability. Yeah, there are a number of issues along the way, but we still continue. The conversation is ongoing, and we'll surely, come to a point where we can have a common ground in ensuring that whatever single unit or that we give out is actually what you get at the end of the day. So that conversation is still ongoing. With respect to competitiveness and the manufacturing, the competitiveness. How do we enhance it? And there are quite a number of ways in which we can ensure that this competitiveness is actually achieved. If you have the cheap, affordable, patient capital, and that's the way to go. If you are able to have and achieve that, then you can then be competitive. Through the interaction on the collaboration of and partnership of BOI with several agencies, including the AFDB and the French Development Agency, we have some green finance and funds, available to BOI, and this is again targeted towards climate and also green financing really, and ensure that you power your business through alternative sources, and that will also reduce the cost of production in the end. Yes, the rural women or the rural communities without bank account. That is our reality. And even though there have been a number of, increase in terms of penetration across the rural areas, it's an ongoing effort. We'll continue to make effort towards ensuring that those without bank account are also brought on board. But without a bank account, there is always the need for Nigerians to have their NIN. Even without the bank account, that identification is also part of what is required for the 50 billion grants, which is actually given to the classes of people that I mentioned earlier, including those in the rural areas, because that scheme is actually meant to cut across all the local governments across the country. So it will still go down that level, the grassroots, of course, with your NIN and your BVN. BVN is also required in a way, but with your NIN, you can, be brought on board. It's an ongoing conversation. We'll continue to ensure we have the financial inclusion, and we will not stop at that. Thank you for the question.
Okay, quickly, to address the question on how we include persons with disabilities and every other person that falls within the vulnerable category, in women, youth, and even rural communities, what we specifically do not joke with at UNDP is leaving no one behind. And through the context of all our programs, we ensure that at the minimum 5% of our target beneficiaries are persons with disabilities. To an extent, we do 50% for women, and sometimes even more, depending on the regions where we know that that disadvantage is crucial. When you look at conflict regions, you look at regions with one or two challenges regarding development context. And in addition to that, even as we design, we have a human-centered approach towards our design, whereby if we're, for example, doing uniports in a particular university, we must look at the context. How does it benefit persons with disabilities, the blind? So it then means that when we provide equipment, we must also consider that. And to address the issue of competitiveness, one of the critical areas that we are looking at is to ensure that from a policy point of view, we are supporting the Ministry of Trade, particularly to ensure that everything that would make the process of trade facilitation seamless. We offer not just technical expertise, as we're already doing currently with the new central coordination units that has just been established by the minister. We ensure that beyond providing the financial and technical support, that it trickles down to the last mile. And how are we doing that? Ensuring that for women, particularly, and young people who are most vulnerable, we pay specific attention to them. To an extent, we know that, of course, we sometimes find that women are left behind in certain instances. And even when the opportunities are there, certain cultural barriers limit them. So creating that room for support for women through one of our key programs, AFCTA, we've been able to ensure that women receive first priority around areas of market intelligence, knowledge, and access to finance. And that is being done through various chambers of commerce, particularly WASIMA. But again, we call on the private sector. There's so much happening that we probably are not talking to each other about, so that we come to the center of the table and address issues from a position of strength, as opposed to us working in silos and not knowing what is happening in other parties. But more importantly, we do know that Nigeria is bankable, and so we continue to invest in our people, because ultimately that is the greatest asset that we have. Thank you.
The question was on how to retain investment. So I'll say investment retention is an outcome, and it's an outcome of all the things we've been talking about. If we create an environment that is transparent, that is predictable, and there's accountability, then the ease of business, we have a conducive business environment. If we provide infrastructure that lowers the cost of doing business in Nigeria, and we have a fiscal and regulatory environment that is not intrusive, then businesses will stay. The reason why they leave, like I mentioned earlier, capital goes where it can generate returns. So if it's not generating return in Nigeria, it will seek elsewhere. And if we were to provide these things, we'll find more businesses will stay. Now, one thing I want to say in that regard, there's been some high-profile exits. Sometimes these exits are not because they don't want to be in Nigeria, because Nigeria continues also to be an attractive market. It's for other strategic reasons, and it opens up opportunities for new investors to come in. And if I use the oil and gas as an example, for every Shell that exits their assets on onshore Nigeria, for every Exxon, there's Seplat, there's Renaissance, there's Owando. So the local capacity that we're talking about, that's how local capital creation happens. And then one more thing I want to mention. Government often has to balance among very competing decisions. And you see that around interest rate. Because if you look at it from the monetary side, we are an import-dependent country. So we need the Naira to be stable. We need it for stability, because that's the only way people can invest. And by the time we're able to expand our exports to generate the level of forex we need, it takes time to build all the infrastructure, or to build all the energy requirements and all of that. But a short term to doing that is through maintaining an attractive interest rate that will allow what is called hot money to come into the country. That's for foreign portfolio investment. When they see a stable income, right now, if you have a foreign income and you're able to bring it to Nigeria and earn 20-30% and convert it, you are converting, and the current exchange rate is stable. That's quite attractive. And we've seen a lot of inflow that have come into the country. And as we have a stable Naira, it would then encourage FDI, because FDI is more enduring. It stays for years. Okay. It will encourage it to come in. So government has to balance development financing to creating a stable macro to allow more investments to come in.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have completely run out of time. Mr. Jaisimi, my apologies. I've been under a lot of pressure here from the MC saying that you have to round up. So please, can we appreciate our panelists and the speaker for the wonderful conversation and the presentation. Thank you very much. MC?
Yes, Dr. Yusuf, I want to appreciate you and the members of your panel. Thank you so much. First, of course, to our speaker, Mr. John Owajumogu. Thank you so much, sir, for having our time from a busy schedule to be here with us to present the issues from the perspective of the presidency. We also want to appreciate Dr. Olashoko Olusi, Managing Director of Bank of Industry. Thank you for being here. Mr. Adewale Adeniyi, of course, represented by the GCG, Dr. Abdul Rashid Yerima, Ms. Claire Henshaw, and of course, Dr. Fatima Bello, representing Mr. Olusegun Awolowo. I want to appreciate you. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. I don't know, okay, I understand we've done a photograph session before. So, okay, and of course, we have appreciation for you for presentation. So please, we'll come down here so that we have to appreciate you.
Thank you, MC. Please permit me to invite the MD of Unilever, Mr. Adeni. We are supposed to present the plaques. On behalf of the President, Chairman of Council of NECA, we want to appreciate you for your time. We are not taking your time for granted. We know you traveled from Lagos for some of us. And for those in Abuja leaving your costly offices to join us in this beautiful hotel, also we are not taking it for granted. Thank you, sir. BOI? Or Prof? Thank you very much, Prof. Our warm regards to MD. Dr. Muda, always present, ever young. Dr. Muda, thank you very much, DG. I call him DG still. Who is that? Mr. Awolowo. Mr. Awolowo. Mr. Awolowo, represented by Mrs. Fatima. Thank you, Ma. Our regards to Mr. Olo for his support always. Thank you, Madam UNDP. Our warmest regards to the director also. DG Customs. Thank you, Ma. Our regards to the CG himself. And to our speaker, thank you for your time and for the wonderful presentation you made. And he also magnanimously agreed that we should share the presentation with participants. So, and for President Nasme, thank you, President, for joining us. So we take just a final picture with the plaque. Is the President of NECA still around? For the plaques presented, just give so that you can hold the plaque. You permit us to break protocol. There is a very important comment that one of our critical stakeholders want to say. Say if somebody is doing well, the way we commended Pebek yesterday, Pebek had been awesome within the context of engagement, in the regular engagement for us. And I'll just pass the mic to him to just, in 30 seconds, just make his comment.
Thank you, DG. Though I was raising up my hand, but Dr. Muda Yusuf missed me. So my contribution, just in form of a commendation. When we had very terrible trade facilitation arrangements with the previous management of the Nigeria Customs Service. But when the Adeniyi-led team, came in, I mean, it has been a very smooth operation for us. I represent the automobile group in the council of NECA, and I want to particularly appreciate the DCGT&T. The first time I met her, we had a lot of issues with our members, vehicles being seized. We're bringing in vehicles. Customs are uplifting, the values. We had issues of vehicle seizure for almost 16 months at the FO unit of Nigerian Customs Service. My first meeting with her, the first question is, can you get your export declaration from your OEM? I said, okay, very difficult document, but we'll try our best. We got it, we presented it, and instructed our men to release all our vehicles. And since then, we've been having it smoothly with the Nigerian Customs Service. Thank you very much for your professionalism, madam. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, a round of applause again for our panelists as they exit the stage and we get ready for the next session. Before then, you have to pardon us, please. That session was so interesting that it exceeded the time. So for now, we're taking our tea break after this next session. Just bear with us. For now, I'd just like to quickly recognize the presence of Dr. Nziribe Ukegwe, MD, Nzial Betek, Nigeria. Also, Mr. Bolaji Sumola, President, NASU, Nigeria, Steve Dorin, and High Chief Vincent Barra, President, Federation of Construction Industries, FUKI. Thanks for being here. We appreciate you all. To introduce us to our next speaker, and of course the next session of guests or panelists, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Uluwa Soromidayo George, the Vice Chair, Planning Committee on ESG and Sustainability. Please a round of applause for her as she steps up to the podium.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now? Thank you very much. Good morning, and permit me to stand on all existing protocols. It is my honor to welcome you to this very critical session, which is tagged Maximizing the New Frontier for Enterprise Competitiveness, ESG and Sustainability as Drivers of Business Growth. I have been introduced, but I would just like to set a tone for the next sessions and the next couple of minutes that you will spend with us. Today we confront a pivotal truth. Sustainability is no longer a sideline conversation. It is central to how we build competitive, profitable, and resilient businesses. ESG is not merely a global trend. It is a strategic imperative. So for a country like ours, especially one that we've been having conversations on how do we progress our economic growth, it is very important. We're talking about climate risk, social disparity, also shifting investor expectations. The call to action is clear. We must transition from compliance to leadership and from obligation to opportunity. So this next session and the panel conversations that we're going to have will help us to do just that. Now I'm going to start by introducing first the speakers before we go into the panel conversations. And this morning, we're very privileged for this plenary session to actually have two speakers. So I would first of all introduce our first speaker, who is Mr. Dapo Otunla. Mr. Dapo Otunla is the Senior Vice President and Chief Corporate Services Officer at IHS Nigeria Limited. Dapo holds a BSc Honors in Political Science from the University of Ibadan and an LLB Honors from Foray Bay College, University of Sierra Leone. He's also completed a joint law and management program at Northwestern University in the USA and earning an LLM with honors on the Dean's List from Northwestern School of Law, and also a certificate in management from the Kellogg Graduate School of Management. He also holds a certification in strategy from the Harvard Business School. So it is my pleasure this morning to have Mr. Dapo Otunla speak to us on our theme. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will crave your indulgence to permit me to stand on existing protocols. I extend greetings from my CEO, Mohammed Darwish, and my colleagues at IHS Nigeria. It is a privilege to join you today at the 4th Annual Nigeria Employers Summit, hosted by the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association. The theme of this year's summit, Enabling Sustainable Enterprise in a Transitioning Economy, is one that is apt for the time, and the topic I will be speaking to briefly, ESG and Sustainability, Maximizing the New Frontier for Enterprise Competitiveness, is one that I hope speaks to a decisive shift in how businesses must operate to thrive in today's world. I would like to begin with an introduction of IHS Nigeria, the organization that I represent. IHS Nigeria is part of the IHS Towers Group, one of the largest independent owners, operators, and developers of shared communications infrastructure in the world by tower count. This company, which was founded in Lagos, Nigeria in 2001, is now present in 8 markets across 2 continents, proving that sustainable enterprises can emerge from Nigeria. It is also listed on the New York Stock Exchange as of 2021. The company owns more than 16,000 telecommunications towers and over 15,000 kilometers of fiber optic cables across the country. We consider ourselves Nigeria's backbone of digital possibility. We employ over 1,300 people in Nigeria and estimate that we have created over 40,000 indirect jobs within the country. Through our customers, the country's largest mobile network operators, we help support more than 130 million Nigerian mobile subscribers, striving to deliver high network reliability, including rural telephony services on underserved areas. As a company, sustainability is at the heart of who we are. Embedded within our corporate values, it is reflected in every facet of our operations, from powering towers more sustainably to nurturing the communities we serve and promoting strong ethical practices throughout our operations. Our sustainability strategy is delivered across 4 key pillars: ethics and governance, environment and climate change, education and economic growth, and lastly, and not the least, our people and communities. The environmental, social, and governance ESG framework, along with sustainable business practices, are no longer optional add-ons for businesses. They form the bedrock of an enterprise's ability to manage risk, access financial and social capital, build trust, and drive innovation. Forward-looking companies are not merely mitigating harm or risk. They are capitalizing on the intersection of responsibility and opportunity. As business leaders, we are aware of how environmental risks like energy shortages, climate hazards, and resource scarcity directly impact operations. Equally, social risks, from workforce safety and health to community relations, productivity, and brand reputation, also impact operations. Governance risks, including ethical lapses and transparency failures, can quickly erode stakeholder confidence. Addressing these risks proactively can transform them into competitive advantages: cost control, operational resilience, and license to operate in volatile and challenging environments. Sustainable leadership enables better access to low-cost capital, attracts investors, lowers operational costs, may insulate a company from regulatory or reputational risk, and builds customer loyalty, essential for long-term market resilience. By embedding sustainability into corporate values and strategies, a business positions itself rightly to gain differentiation and social legitimacy, critical to thriving in both local and global markets. How then can enterprises mobilize ESG into their growth strategy? I will touch briefly on this and then move on. Firstly, environment and climate change. Look at innovation for efficiency through energy transition, emissions reduction, or resource stewardship. Secondly, social impact, investing in people and communities, talent development, inclusivity and opportunity, health and safety are focal points under this. Governance and ethics, building trust as capital. Insert and assert integrity systems. Transparency must be essential, and board oversight must be a must. Integrated ESG strategy embedded into core operations. Leadership must be aligned. Both your board and your executives must be on the same page. Cross-functional approach is the only way that works. Somebody spoke earlier today about silos. If you don't have effective cross-functional collaboration, you'll be facing immense challenges. And also develop performance metrics so you can measure your achievements as they come. I will speak to the IHS example. Let me briefly share with you some of the things we are doing at IHS Towers. Under our Project Green, part of our carbon reduction program, a $209 million investment since the project began in 2022. We have reduced Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions by 11% compared to 2023 and 20% compared to 2021. We are driving energy transition by extending grid connections, solar hybrid power, and battery storage across our tower sites. Globally, our efforts extend to environmental restoration. We have planted over 4,000 trees in Osun State, and we're looking to do more within Nigeria. We have planted 7,800 seedlings in the Amazon, and we're implementing clean water systems in Rwandan schools, and doing a whole lot more. In 2024, IHS invested $8.2 million in community initiatives, bringing the total community investments in Nigeria to $37 million since 2017. Notably, in Nigeria, through the 3 Million Technical Talent Initiative, 3MTT, over 100,000 students have acquired essential digital skills. We also augmented STEM training, supporting over 5,000 students in Nigeria and Brazil, where we also have operations. Our education-focused social investments are yielding a new generation empowered to live in digital economies. From a safety standpoint, we introduced 5 life-saving rules and 9 HSE principles, reported no workplace fatalities amongst our employees in 2024, and reduced recordable work injuries from 0.17 in 2023 to 0.04 per employee in 2024. While workforce gender diversity remains at around 27% of female, as at the end of 2024, our ongoing investments in training and leadership development aim to improve these ratios. Our Frontline Workers Initiative recognizes and rewards the outstanding contribution made by our frontline workers. Launched in 2021, the initiative is designed to provide education opportunities to the children of our frontline workers, thus helping to address socioeconomic and education inequalities. Through this program, these children of the frontline workers are engineers who go to the fields, the drivers, and other staff in that category, can apply for financial scholarships to top-level universities within and outside Nigeria. The beauty of this program is that we try and strive to address a social imbalance whereby these children and these families would otherwise not have the opportunity. And it is one area where we plead with other companies to please join us in, and it's something that the benefits will be seen across the country within a generation. We also continue to lead in the area of governance. We maintained our ISO 37001 anti-bribery management system certification for our anti-bribery measures across our operations. In March 2025, we received an updated ESG risk rating from Morningstar Sustainalytics. Our ESG risk rating places us in the top 9% of all companies assessed by Morningstar Sustainalytics in the telecommunications services industry globally. We have recently published our 2024 sustainability report, which has more details about these initiatives, and I invite you all to read them at www.ihstowers.com. A call to action for Nigerian employers. Fellow employers, Nigeria stands at a pivotal point. To transcend into competitive global economy, we must adopt structured ESG strategies aligned with global frameworks and local priorities. We must make strategic sustainability investments in areas like clean energy, digital skills, and labor safety. We must partner across sectors in education, infrastructure, and governance. This will enable us to amplify impact as well as share value. We must report transparently, striving towards setting clear targets and metrics to to gauge progress and earn stakeholder trust. We must lastly embed ESG within decision-making, budgeting, and leadership responsibility. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the ESG frontier is not a distant horizon by any means. It is upon us, and it is transforming our competitive landscape. By embracing sustainability as a strategic lever, we future-proof our enterprises, uplift our communities, and shape a Nigeria that innovates, grows, and leads. I urge you, go beyond compliance. Embed sustainability into your DNA. Invest in sustainability, not as a charity, but as strategic capital. Strive for transparency, inclusion, and foresight. That is how we ensure that our companies thrive, not just this quarter or the next reporting cycle, but for generations to come. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Excellent beginning of a session. So without much ado, I would like to introduce the second speaker, Mr. Toby Adeniyi. Mr. Toby Adeniyi is the Managing Director of Unilever Nigeria PLC. Unilever Nigeria PLC is an over 100-year-old company in Nigeria and a leader in sustainability practices globally and in Nigeria. Toby has extensive experience in supply chain and commercial operations. He currently holds the position of Vice President at the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, and he is a member of the Institute of Directors. Mr. Adeniyi holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Engineering from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Ghana, and has completed executive training at Columbia Business School, MIT Sloan, and Dartmouth School of Business. He's a passionate advocate for startup innovation and talent development, actively supporting initiatives that nurture the next generation of leaders. Please help me to welcome Mr. Toby Adeniyi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Stand on existing protocol and also extend my greetings from my colleagues at Unilever Nigeria PLC. I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Dapo for the brilliant the lecture he had just given. I was hoping that I would still have something to say after he had spoken. But thankfully, I think the topic of ESG and sustainability is so broad, and there are multiple angles through which we could embrace it. Okay, so I think on sustainability, there are a couple of things. There are a couple of things that I think we should establish from the start. And I'll give a brief example. So, my 10-year-old daughter gives me a fantastic back massage. She steps on my back. When I get back from work, I lie on my tummy, she steps on my back. And then one day, she said, "Daddy, you have to start paying me for this massage." So I said, "Okay, no problem. How much?" 500. One day, it grew to 1,000 naira. I said, "No problem, I'll pay you." Now, at school, they have a voucher which they use for buying snacks. And normally I would hand over, or her mom would hand over vouchers to her. So the first time I gave her 1,000, I said, "Madam, don't spend all of this money." I tried to explain the principle of saving to her. And she said, "Oh, she understands. It's true." lo and behold, the next day, she spent all of it. And she said, oh, I bought for my friends and everyone. And at times, the story about sustainability is very linked to that of, savings. You don't spend it all. And it's the principle of being prudent with the resources that, nature has provided to us. What are we preserving for tomorrow? What are we handing over to generations coming after us? Are we leaving this planet better? Or are we leaving it worse for the generations to come? So that's something which I thought to just share with all of us, that if little children can grasp the concept of saving for a better future, I think we as adults, we do. So most businesses understand it. We understand the need for sustainability. The question, therefore, is why? Why is it not gaining the traction it deserves? And so I would speak to that briefly as we progress. And if you excuse me, I would be asking a couple of rhetorical questions as well as we move on. I think the first question I would ask is, how can a company profit from solving the world's problems whilst making profit? Is the world better off because your business exists? These are some reflections that we have from time to time, but it is important that we move beyond reflection and into action. Paul Pullman posed some of these questions in his book, Net Positive. Paul Pullman is the former global CEO of Unilever, and he was one of the pioneers in terms of championing corporate sustainability almost 2 decades ago. Every day, we stand at a crossroad between the comfort of business as usual and the courage to care deeply about our planet, people, and our future. When history judges your leadership, will it measure your success in monetary terms or also in the difference you dare to make? Today, the world faces unprecedented challenges: climate crisis, inequality, economic uncertainty. And of course, in response to that, we're seeing businesses gradually shift from profit-making, profit-driven models to purpose-led strategies. Integrating sustainability and ESG principles as essential drivers of success. At Unilever, and a brief introduction for those who may not know Unilever, we've been in Nigeria for just about 103 years, which is not a short time, if I do say so myself. And of course, we are in the fast-moving consumer goods industry with household brands like Close Up, Pepsodent, Knorr, Vaseline, Rexona, amongst others. So for us in Unilever, we embraced this transformation early. We launched what we call the Sustainable Living Plan over 15 years ago. We also recognize that ambition alone is not enough. And that's why we're now leading in the next era of corporate sustainability by embedding progress into business performance and delivering real impact. Today, I will be sharing on our journey some lessons we've learned, our vision in embedding sustainability into the core of business success, whilst also providing insights into Nigeria's evolving market and landscape. If we talk about ESG and sustainability as a business imperative, I'm sure we know that today sustainability is no longer just a buzzword. It is strategic and it is important. The most compelling approach integrates environmental and social responsibilities with strong corporate governance, ensuring businesses thrive while making a positive impact. As we progress, I would be using ESG and sustainability interchangeably. And what we've seen is that ESG is now giving competitive advantage. Companies embedding these principles are seeing tangible benefits. A 2023 McKinsey study revealed 20% higher profitability for ESG leaders over a 5-year period compared to their counterparts. Sustainability, as was said earlier, it's not just about CSR or charity. It is about reimagining your operations, sometimes disrupting traditional practices, as seen in the energy and automotive sectors of recent. ESG-driven enterprises are accelerating innovation, accessing new markets, and gaining a competitive edge. In Nigeria, this shift is becoming more pronounced. The Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria has mandated that companies adopt reporting standards requiring businesses to disclose their sustainability and climate change performance in financial reports by 2027, with potential penalties for non-compliance. So the message is clear. Businesses must integrate sustainability into their core strategies to ensure resilience and long-term success. For Unilever, our ESG journey has shown that sustainability is more than a commitment. It is a fundamental part of our operations and corporate culture. We've strengthened our supply chain resilience. We've enhanced brand loyalty by linking this back to purpose. Why are we here? Why do we do business? Why do we exist as an entity? We've made significant progress across the core dimensions of ESG. If we start with the E on environmental imperative, we know that Nigeria is facing pressing environmental and climate challenges, including rising temperature, deforestation, poor waste management, air and water pollution, and the growing risk of climate change. Shifting climate patterns marked by rising temperatures and irregular rainfall jeopardize agricultural productivity, water security, and livelihoods. According to the Federal Ministry of Environment, Nigeria's annual temperature has increased by 0.2 degrees Celsius per decade. With extreme weather events becoming more frequent, we see the impact in terms of agric output. We hear about drought, and at times also we hear about flooding. Additionally, a report by UNIDO highlights that Nigeria generates over 32 million tons of solid waste annually, with plastics accounting for about 2.5 million in total. Despite the significant volume of plastic waste, Nigeria's recycling capacity remains at just 12%. 12% is the capacity today for us to recycle. There is clearly an urgent need for coordinated action from policymakers, businesses, and civil societies. As a leader in the Nigerian commercial landscape, Unilever Nigeria is rewriting the rules of business with a bold vision for environmental stewardship. We achieved the groundbreaking milestone of plastic neutrality, which essentially is we are taking plastic from the environment much more than what we are putting into the environment. At the very least, this is what we should be committing towards in terms of ensuring that the net impact of plastic, worst case, remains neutral. And of course, you begin to pioneer when you start tipping the scale, where you're taking more than you put into the environment. This has been made possible with our decade-long partnership with WeCyclers. And through our work with WeCyclers, we've collected over 13,000 tons of plastic and created more than 1,000 jobs. The question, therefore, is how do we make such outcomes the rules and not just the exception or an appendix? Additionally, We are committed to advancing environmental practices that not only drive sustainability, but also generate economic value. Over 50% of our raw materials and packaging materials are sourced locally in Nigeria today. I was hoping there would be close. I believe the previous challenge at the last panel was about made in Nigeria, encouraging made in Nigeria. And the beauty of driving localization is you start from the concept of reducing your carbon footprint. So it starts from an environmental perspective, but then it turns out to give you business advantage. Because not only are you reducing your carbon footprint, you're also growing the GDP for the country in terms of sourcing more materials locally. Through transformative partnerships with Sultry International, for example, we have empowered over 10,000 cassava farmers, converting cassava into sorbitol used for our toothpaste. This is a testament of how sustainability can fuel both business success and community prosperity. So the question I ask is, what if every value chain decision we made contributed to growing Nigeria's GDP, whilst also shrinking our carbon footprint? Would that not create a desirable future? If we come to the S, which is social responsibility, my favorite, the social pillar of ESG is centered on people, employees, communities, stakeholders. In Nigeria, where youth unemployment is high, enterprises that invest in workforce development and equitable practices gain a competitive edge by nurturing and retaining the best talent. Similarly, regulatory reforms that prioritize labor rights and community engagement can accelerate these efforts, ensuring businesses contribute to inclusive development. On the social front, Unilever Nigeria remains a major employer of direct and indirect labor across the Nigerian economy. Through our trailblazing Shakti program, which we launched in 2014, we have empowered over 13,000 women across 22 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Our Shakti program essentially is you give the underserved in the society, especially women, a loan in form of Unilever products, and they use that to trade in their communities, and over time, they are able to generate profits and continue to grow their business. In 2024, the Shakti program took a bold step forward by including 170 persons with disabilities. So to the person who asked the question earlier about disability, we are also putting that as a major forefront. And this reinforces our dedication to creating an inclusive and prosperous society where absolutely no one is left behind. Our Shakti Women program now competes as a proper channel in terms of our route to market, alongside wholesale, retail, modern trade, and brings in billions of naira in turnover, whilst generating trade margin income for the women. A classic case of doing well by doing good. So the question I pose to us today is, how can the underserved become your market makers? In terms of our positive socio-economic handprints, we've also had a partnership with UNICEF, GenU, and launched what we call the Future X Unilever Campus Ambassador Program, called FUCAP, in 2023. And it's a program that is designed to equip young people with employability skills. And in about a year, we empowered almost 300,000 young Nigerians, surpassing our pilot year target. By the end of this year, we would have equipped at least 700,000 Nigerian students with cutting-edge skills to conquer the modern workforce and also to help them position themselves for entrepreneurship. At the end of the day, we can complain about the quality of graduates coming out of our schools, or we can play a role in also developing them. In terms of governance, the realities are clear. A lot has been said about embedding governance into your process. And for us in Unilever Nigeria, our robust governance framework, it drives sustainable business practices with precision and purpose. Our annual sustainability report provides a transparent account of our progress, detailing key metrics and milestones to hold us accountable to our stakeholders, including employees, partners, communities, and shareholders. We have been in the forefront of issuing standalone reports, sustainability reports, for a couple of years now, holding ourselves to global standards of accountability. Even on investor calls these days, you get a lot of questions related to ESG, and it's no longer a coincidence because it is important. So, by prioritizing transparency, you build trust. When you build trust, trust drives prosperity. So the question again I pose to us, is governance just a structure in your organization, or is it a moral operating system of how you operate? I think the importance of what ESG means to us is clear as enterprises. And for Nigeria in the broader context, we are seeing the benefits. Recently, it was just announced by the Nigeria's Debt Management Office that there was an oversubscription of the Series 3 sovereign green bond at 91 billion naira. And the proceeds of the bond are designated for projects aligned with the Paris Agreement, highlighting sustainability's increasing relevance as a modern and credible channel for accessing capital. In terms of the way forward, as I conclude, I have shared with you examples as proof that doing business with purpose works. There is a story of someone we partnered with, one of our Shakti women. You would see it on the slide. Alaja Ogunremi is in Ibadan. When she started her operation for Shakti, as at then, it was 20,000 naira startup loan to buy and trade Unilever products. As you can see, she is now a proud store owner who is a beneficiary of livelihoods in terms of improvement. These are stories that, yes, they bring a sense of fulfillment, but we should remember that as you uplift people in terms of livelihoods, you're not just uplifting the individual, you're uplifting families as well. And like I said earlier, this is doing well by doing good, because also the benefit we get is that our products get sold in these communities. Adopting ESG is not without challenges. High upfront costs, limited awareness, evolving regulations. But do not let that deter you. It is important that you focus on establishing the purpose that drives your organization or brand. As we stand at the forefront of this transformation, I challenge each of you, do not just adapt to this new frontier. Lead it. Be the enterprise that sets the standard, proving that profitability and purpose are not mutually exclusive, but they are powerfully interconnected. Drive innovation, foster inclusive development, and inspire your peers to follow suit. We cannot just do ESG because it is fashionable. We do it because it is fundamental. Our competitive advantage lies in our ability to solve societal problems at scale while building a thriving business. For us in Unilever Nigeria, we've shown that with local adaptation, global rigor, and relentless ambition, purpose-led strategy is not a cost. It is the route to relevance, resilience, and long-term returns. When Knorr says eat for good, it's not just about a campaign or a slogan. When you see a Knorr advert that has a vegetable in every plate, it is about the purpose of the brand. healthy nutrition for all. When Pepsodent focuses on reaching tens of millions of children, teaching them to brush their teeth twice daily, and oral care hygiene, it's not just about people buying our toothpaste. It's about ensuring that they grow up into adults that have teeth that can cause them to buy toothpaste to brush in the future. And so it's therefore interconnected, that when you have the clear purpose, and the purpose is about driving the well-being for your community, for your country, then the results would follow. If we talk about Pear's Baby of the Year competition, which I'm sure most of us fondly remember, it's not just about baby oil. We're not selling baby oil. We are selling community. We're selling pride. If someone on your street made the calendar with the baby picture, there was a sense of excitement. You probably went to the local photographer to take the picture. You probably had to pay someone, the local mailman, to go and submit your application. Purpose is what counts. Brands with purpose thrive. So, the question I would pose to us all in conclusion: are we truly solving for the future? Or are we outsourcing the consequences? In the race to lead with your enterprise, with your business, with your organization, do you want to be remembered just for your quarterly results or the generational impact that you have made? This picture on the last slide is one that I find very, very interesting. I don't need to explain it further. However, when we talk about it from the concept of ESG and sustainability, my prayer is that may this not be our portion in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Mr. Toby Adeniyi, Managing Director, Unilever, Nigeria PLC. Thank you so much.
Wow.
You can do well by doing good. Dr.
Wow.
George will announce our next
I was actually
speaker.
going to say hallelujah. That was excellent. That was wow. I will leave Tommy to come up with all the different sound bites that he gave in his speech. But actually, I mean, Unilever is a leader in sustainability. The Shakti model, which he spoke to, has been a part of business school models for decades. When we came into CSR, we were reading about the Shakti model, and it's here in Nigeria. So thank you very much, Toby, for that excellent delivery. So now we'll go into the engaging conversations, and I would, it's my pleasure and honor to introduce the moderator of our panel, Mrs. Tomi Adepoju. Mrs. Tomi Adepoju is the partner and leader of enterprise risk and ESG services for KPMG West Africa. With nearly 3 decades of experience, she has led groundbreaking work in sustainability transformation, ESG due diligence, corporate governance design, board evaluations, director recruitment, and enterprise risk management across multiple sectors. Her thought leadership is recognized globally. She has published numerous articles and has spoken on ESG at major platforms, including COP27, the Africa CEO Forum, ICANN National Conference, FITC, and the Institute of Directors Nigeria, amongst others. She currently serves as the chairperson of the newly constituted ICANN ESG Sustainability Faculty and is also a member of the IFRS International Sustainability Standards Board S1 Working Group, further cementing her voice in shaping global standards for sustainability reporting. Please join me. As I said, it is a pleasure, but please join me in welcoming our moderator for this session, Mrs. Tomi Adepoju.
Good afternoon to you all. I hope you're enjoying this session as much as I am. In response. That's better. We've got to keep the sustainability alive. Okay? Welcome to this session on sustainability, and thank you so much to our keynote speakers, Mr. Dapo Otunla of IHS and Mr. Toby Adeni of Unilever. We were all sitting there and wondering within ourselves that they've said all that we wanted to come here to say. But I'm sure we'll still find one or two things to talk about. Thank you. You've really done great justice to the topic, and we are then going to try and see how we can practicalize some of the things they've said. As we've learned, we're at a pivotal time when sustainability is no longer a sideline conversation. It's taking a center stage globally, and it's something that we need to look at to enable us build competitive, profitable, resilient, and innovative organizations. And looking at what Unilever and IHS have done or are still doing using environmental, social, and governance indices, it's really clear that we can, and there's still so much more that we can do to ensure that our businesses not only survive, but we have long-term competitiveness within our business. And so the kind of questions that we're going to be focusing on today are things relating to how we can leverage ESG factors to reshape our operations, position ourselves to access sustainable finance. There is a lot of finance sitting out there. As at 2022 thereabout, it was about $4.2 trillion that is out there, but people are not able to access it because we are all ignoring the things that are important. How do we begin to position ourselves to do some of the things our keynote speakers have spoken about, to begin to access those finances? At the session before this, there was a lot of talk about lack of access to finance, but it's there. But we need to take the relevant steps to be able to access it. We also need to be able to ask ourselves questions. How do we position our products as well as enable our decision making such that our employees, a number of whom are Gen Zs and are very passionate about sustainability matters, as well as our consumers, they begin to look at our brands and they can align with it, and we can then increase our competitiveness. So that's what we're going to be looking at today. And it's a pleasure that we've put together esteemed panelists who have lots of experience. They're going to share their insights and lessons learned. And by the time we're leaving here, we're going to be leaving with valuable takeaways and strategies that will be useful to us. So let me start by introducing our panelists, and we can then dive into the conversation. Our first panelist is Professor Franklin Ngwu. He's a professor of strategic management and director LBS Public Sector Initiative at the Lagos Business School, Pan-Atlantic University. He is an economist, a chartered risk manager, professor of strategic management and corporate governance with over 20 years experience in academia, advisory, policy research across Africa and the UK. He serves on several boards and leads national and international policy engagement. Please put your hands together as we welcome Professor Franklin. Today, I seem to be surrounded with professors and doctors all over the place. They are all intimidating me here. Our second speaker is Dr. Nkiruka Madwekwe, the DG CEO of National Council on Climate Change Secretariat, NCCS, and the Special Presidential Envoy on Climate Change. She's an energy and environmental policy specialist with over 15 years of experience in climate change, environmental justice, and sustainable energy. Unfortunately, Dr. Nkiruka is unavoidably absent today, but she is ably represented by somebody that will do justice to the topic. So please join me to welcome Mrs. Awele Ikobi Anyale, the head of legal at NCCS. Our third speaker, Mr. Ken Egbers, is the founder of WHPR, formerly True Contact, True CSR Nigeria, and the Serras Africa Sustainability Awards. I'm sure we've all heard of it. The awards has been acclaimed as one of the leading platforms for celebrating impactful sustainability initiatives across Africa. He's a seasoned professional with 24 years of experience. He's been recognized among Ascend Global's top 100 influence leaders in CSR and sustainability, and he currently serves as the senior special advisor to the Honorable Minister of State for Industry. Please join me to welcome Mr. Ken Evers. We also have Dr. Eugene Itwa, the CEO of Natural Eco Capital and a distinguished sustainability expert with over 28 years of experience leading high-impact transformative projects. Dr. Itwa also serves as the ED of the African Green Economy and Sustainability Institute and holds several other strategic advisory roles across various institutions. Please join me to welcome Dr. Eugene Itwa. And last but not the least, we have Mrs. Olakweju Ibekwe. She's the CEO of Sterling One Foundation, the social impact arm of Sterling Financial Holdings Company, where she's advancing sustainable development goals across Africa. Under her leadership, the Africa Social Impact Summit, ASIS, has emerged as a pivotal platform for driving SDG progress, including the mobilization of a $3 billion investment to revitalize primary healthcare infrastructure in underserved communities in Nigeria. Please join me to welcome Mrs. Olakweju Ibekwe. So we'll go around a couple of questions here, and then we'll then throw it open, as I'm sure you have lots of questions to ask our able panelists. And I'll just start with Dr. Ken. You know, we've heard a lot of things today, but I'm just wondering, how do you perceive the growing importance of sustainability among organizations in Nigeria? Is it still a tick box compliance exercise, or is sustainability now being used to drive long-term competitiveness and market effectiveness, just based on what you've been saying as you organize the Ceres Award?
Okay, the best way to look at it is this. 20 years ago, it was about ticking the box. Then we had a lot of organizations who were wondering why they should engage in sustainability or ESG, but that has changed over time. 20 years ago, we had in Nigeria, for example, where the cumulative amount in terms of Naira being spent by Nigeria's 100 leading brands was around the region of about 2 billion or thereabout. And this, of course, then the key players were the companies in the oil and gas sector. But when you go from 20 years ago to now, latest statistics of 2024, you're seeing something in the region of close to 200 billion by the same companies that are listed at the very top of our stock exchange. That figure could even be higher if you begin to capture the expenditure from the players in the SMEs and the not-for-profit. But when you look at that trend, what it shows you is this, right? Adoption has happened. Now, it didn't happen willingly. It happened because brands were beginning to understand that for sake of survival, more than compliance, they needed to go on that journey. Then the moment they got that right, they also began to see, which is what we encourage a lot of organizations to do, that as you go down that journey, it gives you something that ordinarily strategy doesn't give to you. It begins to make you to look at the materiality quotient of your operations and connects your brand or your organization to innovation, and which in turn gives you ability to develop product for the market for the time that is relevant and also helps you to deal with a lot of the things that are there. So if you look at it from that perspective, you find out that over time it's become obvious. It's no longer compliance. You innovate or you die. You accept it or you get to a point where people begin to
keep you apart. So I think that's where we are in the industry at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. If I now go to Mrs. Peju Ibekwe, who is definitely utilizing this in our organization. As the social impact arm of Sterling Financial Holdings Company, how do activities of the foundation link into the overall sustainability ambitions of the bank, as well as the bank's strategic objectives?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. So, Sterling Bank had made a statement of purpose about a decade ago. And that statement of purpose was, it was going to be enriching lives. Sterling Bank also, about 8 years ago, pivoted in its strategy to focus on 5 major sectors for business success. And they include health, education, agriculture, renewable energy, and transport, which call the hot sectors. These sectors are critical in society. And as at that time, they were not necessarily deemed to be profitable. Definitely not like the oil and gas sector. Definitely not like some other sectors that were obviously profitable. But Sterling Bank made that commitment. Today, the profit trajectory of Sterling Bank tells the story. It is profitable to produce impact and invest in impact in sectors that are critical. Like our keynote speakers mentioned, when you do good business, it is also good for business. And Sterling Bank is a testament to that today. Please, you can put your hands together. The foundation was established just about 5 years ago. And the goal was to ensure that we can get more organizations thinking alike. Sterling Bank can only do so much. There's so much one organization can do. But when we have an army of private sector organizations prioritizing impact for business growth and success, you will realize that so many challenges we have in our society today will fast become a thing of the past. Even development finance, the aid, I don't know, Trump has enemies and friends. But all those promulgations earlier this year, as much as some people have said, oh, it's a bad thing, it is an opportunity for the private sector to rise up and take responsibility for the issues in our society. Against that backdrop, Sterling One Foundation prioritizes health, education, climate action, and food security, while we mainstream gender equality and youth empowerment in our programming for inclusion and equity. Beyond this, we see ourselves as foundation of foundations. We also see ourselves as conveners and catalysts, which is one of the reasons why we birthed the Africa Social Impact Summit, which we currently co-convene with the United Nations system in Nigeria. Why? 1, partnerships. To ensure we can catalyze multi-level, multi-sectoral partnerships for the acceleration of the Sustainable Development Goals in Nigeria, on the continent, and also the Agenda 2063. We all know that COVID took us back by so many indicators. And we thought that what we can prioritize is partnerships for the goals. I'm glad to confirm that while this platform started with 8 partners in 2022, as we speak, we have over 50 partners. That's over 500% growth in partnerships. More people are realizing that, yes, we can do good work, but we cannot do it alone. What can we do together to increase our impact numbers and reduce costs while doing that? And I'm proud to confirm you already see the numbers, and the numbers are growing. We've also ensured that, 2, we can attract impact investment into critical solutions. And finally, advocate for the right policies to ensure that when these investments come in, they stay and they deliver the results, not just for our local communities, but our businesses also, because we need good enabling environment, and also to align with the local, national, regional, and global goals. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. That's interesting how we can use the S aspect of ESG, also improve our competitiveness. Now I'll go to the environmental side by going to Dr. Eugene. You know, minimizing negative externalities of a business activity is essential, and we've seen a lot of environmental issues in the way we run our business. And last year, the FRC did an early adoption of the IFRS S1 and S2, which was launched globally by the ISSB. And the S2 aspect is actually focusing on climate risk and so on. So from where you sit, what do you see as the greatest climate risk that we face or organizations face today in Nigeria, and how can they turn this into competitive advantages?
Thank you very much for that question. Just to say, the standard you just mentioned is a global standard, focusing on disclosure. And the question is, especially regarding climate risk, you had asked the risk we are up against and the opportunities. In terms of risk, I'll quickly say that, talk about 2 of them. The physical risk. We are all familiar with the issues, the challenges we are facing in this country. Flooding, for instance, extreme weather events. Good enough, the MD Unilever, I think, referred to excessive rains. That is one of the challenges that businesses are facing. And indeed, all of us. You recall, was it 2022? That there was heavy rainfall. Most states had this challenge. And coming from the south to the northern part of the country, you remember that supply chains were disrupted because the roads were destroyed. That was a challenge to businesses. And I recall that I always say it, one of the incidents of fuel crisis in Abuja, subsequently, I see it as relating to that. I always say that the chief harbinger of that crisis was as a result of those extreme weather events leading to flooding. Perhaps another thing we can talk about is the transition risk. I co-led the development or the drafting of the Nigeria Climate, what we now have as a Climate Act 2021. At the Ninth Assembly, I still recall that Honorable Bajabi Amila had included my name and another person's name, Professor Kireke, 2 of us, to support the National Assembly, working with Honorable Simon Wigbo to have that bill drafted. And today, we now have the National Council. There are elements in that act that speak directly to businesses, entities that have at least 50 employees. And so, in other words, businesses are up against that. What about these other external policies, regulations coming from outside the country? I'll take the EU regulation on deforestation. That if your product is tied to the fact that you extracted, you deforested, you cannot export to them. What about the CBAM, the carbon border adjusted mechanism. It's also another one. So in other words, the coming up of various policies also are challenges. But there are opportunities to this. If you go to the UNFCCC website, there are 2 documents related to long-term strategy. My organization, Natural Capital, served as the national consultant in preparing those 2 documents. They are the only 2 documents you will see on that platform related to long-term strategy. The long-term vision 2050, and then the Nigerian long-term low-emission development strategy. And why am I saying this? In it are the kind of opportunities that you can take, that businesses can actually seize and utilize. It's not just all about risk. There are opportunities. And the keynote speakers already have spoken about these opportunities. We have a plastic recycling facility in Benin. And I'll tell you, since 2020 to last year, we were able to mop from the surface of the environment not less than 36 million bottles. And of course, people are benefiting socially. So in other words, there are opportunities, there are challenges. We can overcome them. One other thing we're doing, for instance, at present, we are supporting the Gambia to develop their own climate bill and the climate policy. And so you discover increasingly people are becoming more and more aware. And in your introduction, you have talked about the African Green Economy and Sustainability Institute. That idea came from my board membership of a program by UNDP South Africa. There is this African Green Business and Financing Initiative. The idea was, look, when business leaders go for negotiations, when our leaders go for negotiations, sometimes they agree. Agree for the fact that they don't really understand what they are agreeing to. And so they bring the thing down to us, hook, line, and sinker, we start implementing. So there's need to build the capacity of those at the top, whether ministers of environment, ministers of finance, and the like. And of course, those are the type of businesses. And that is the target audience for that. And we only launched it last week. We had Commonwealth. We had UNDP Director for Africa. The head of, good enough, we have UNDP. The head of UN, resident representative in Nigeria. That is the head of UN. He was part of it. And of course, the World Bank Inspection Panel chair gave the keynote address. We had voices from across elsewhere, from the Caribbeans, who were supportive of what we're doing. So what am I saying? That look, like Ken mentioned earlier and my sister mentioned, these are emerging issues. They are not just only emerging, they are well entrenched now. Have you indeed noticed that you cannot conclude sessions, meetings, especially if those meetings are not even focused on sustainability, yet there will be ideas on sustainability, people will talk about it. In other words, it has become a way of doing business. We must keep to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Wow. Lots of opportunities you've mentioned there. Please, let's go to the UNFCCC site as you mentioned. There are quite a number of things there. And incidentally, Nigeria launched its roadmap for plastic recycling last year. And I'm sure a lot of activities are going to emerge from that. So there are a lot of opportunities. I see a lot of people with their heads bent. I hope you are with us. We will be coming to the audience very soon to get your questions. But let me just take the next 2 questions and we'll do that. And so we've already started talking about the Nigeria Climate Change Act, which was enacted by the NCCCS, and we have their rep here. So I will just go over to you immediately. You know, Nigeria has done quite a lot to try and position us for sustainable development and climate resilience. For example, the Nigeria Climate Change Act that was enacted, as well as the launch of the Energy Transition Plan. But a lot of organizations are wondering, yes, I want to comply with a number of these things, although it comes at a cost. But at the same time, I need to ensure that I am competitive and I deliver value to my stakeholders. And of course, that is always an issue. So the question is, what will be your advice? How can Nigerian businesses align with a number of these national climate goals while remaining competitive and profitable at the end of the day?
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for inviting us to be a part of this germane discussion. So I send the warm regards of the Special Presidential Envoy on Climate Change and the DG CEO of National Council on Climate Change, Dr. Nkiruka Chidi-Amadukwe, who wanted to be here by all means because the private sector remains a key partner. But she's currently attending the UNFCCC SB negotiations in Bonn. So she sends her warm regards and hopefully we'll continue engaging with NECA. So back to your question. In this era of climate catastrophe, the present regime of sustainability, as it were, that is all about corporate social responsibility, is no longer attainable. So businesses have to now embed sustainable practices into their everyday business. And how can this be done? Sustainability has been said over and again. We need to engage in, for instance, clean energy, looking at companies who adopted solar power and how this has helped them in their balance sheets by increasing their profits when prices for diesel went up. So we need to put the factor in sustainability by adopting clean energy. Also, our national determined contributions are very, very critical. So this is also one of the climate action goals for Nigeria. You ask, what is our nationally determined contributions? This is a document that sets out how Nigeria intends to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 20% unconditional. So as businesses, you have to familiarize yourself with the nationally determined contributions. If you pick up the national determined contributions, you discover that it has sectoral targets on how each sector therein will have to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. It has for the energy sector, the housing sector, the food sector, and all sectors. So, important thing for businesses to do is to familiarize yourself with the nationally determined contributions. Apart from reducing operational costs as well, we also need to integrate some, of course, the ESG concerns have already been stated by the previous speakers. And another thing we also have to do is for businesses who have international and regional presence, they have also to take note of the ESG requirements in where they operate. They also have to be aware of climate risk reporting. I think that has been mentioned as well. And bringing it down to the Climate Change Act. Thank you for pushing the Climate Change Act, sir, together with Dr. Onwibo. Whenever we are in programs, he keeps saying it, and eventually the Climate Change Act was passed in 2021. So as businesses, you also familiarize yourself with the provisions of the Climate Change Act. The Act provides that creation of climate change desk in establishments, private establishments that have more than 50 members of staff. So these are the things you have to do. First, understand our nationally determined contributions, which is usually revised every year. Nigeria is currently revising its nationally determined contribution. Remember, this is an obligation under the Paris Agreement to which Nigeria is a party to. In fact, the Paris Agreement is a precursor to the establishment or enactment of the Climate Change Act. So you have to really be very aware of this, because all the projects that you do that will enable you ensure that your greenhouse gas emission is reduced and all of that are embedded in the national determined contribution. So be aware of the national determined contribution, familiarize yourself with the Climate Change Act, and embrace clean energy. With all this, you are able to position your business into profit making and have competitive advantage. Thank you.
Thank you so much for reminding us about all of this. A quick question before you drop. So this act, is it mandatory? Has it started being enforced, just so that people are aware?
Yes, thank you very much. That is a very important question. Yes, of course, we have started. Remember, the act was passed in 2021, and the council was established as well, and we have the secretariat. So the secretariat is working hard to ensure we comply. So when I assumed my role as the head of legal, one of the first things we did for the public sector, as it were, we've written to the Office of the Head of Service, that's companies and government entities. Then for private sector, we are also, thank God the man is here, we are working together to ensure this is complied, because it's when you have a regulatory regime and there is no provision for enforcement, that will not, it means that the law itself will just be lying down there. So we are working hard to ensure that we are able to implement this in all establishments. So look out for officers from the National Council on Climate Change Secretariat and familiarize yourself with the provision of the Act. I think one of the speakers said reporting regimes exist in the Act. So with that, we're able to keep track of companies, private entities who are following the reduction of greenhouse gas emission as stated in our NDCs. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Well noted. And now let me go to Prof. One of the speakers earlier had said that when you do good initiatives, you are actually also extending good to the business because you are improving the bottom line. So, Prof, from a strategic management perspective, how should Nigerian business leaders embed sustainability into their core enterprise strategy to remain competitive?
Thank you very much for the question, but I think it's important for us to even ascertain that this our session is still very sustainable. Because as I look around, many people are using their phone, they are yawning, and I hope it's not because that the tea break, we're supposed to go after the first session, that we've not gone for it. I was feeling like that, but somehow, when I got to the high table, I think the hunger and everything just disappeared. So maybe maybe some of you have to come to a high table as well to feel better. But I'm sure we'll go for tea break once we finish this our session to make it very sustainable. So with regards to the question, I think that sometimes we look at sustainability at a very high level. I think we have to bring down sustainability so that everybody will understand it. In terms of integrating it into our strategies in the firms, it starts with what I can call both internal factors or internal areas and external areas. Number one is you have to look at your products and services and ask yourself, how are these products and services contributing to a better society? So somebody mentioned creating impact, creating shared value. And if you also look at sustainable development goals, it's just about making society a better place. So when you look at your product and services, you can now look at your organization and say, what kind of culture do I have? Do I pay my workers well? Do they get their salaries or wages as at due? How is the working environment, which NECA is supposed to also be promoting? Is it conducive? Is it friendly? Is it encouraging people to innovate? Are people free to express their views and all that? Then you look at your other stakeholders. How are you engaging with them? Are you involving them in your plan, in your strategy, as the case may be? And of course, when you now want to develop your strategy, all these key areas should be embedded and should be included in your strategy. And also, the way you even develop that strategy, by ensuring that your employees, that most of the employees will feel that their head have been utilized and their voices have been heard. When you do that kind of top-down or hybrid approach, you ensure that there is a sense of ownership, sense of responsibility in executing your strategy. And of course, that strategy will be an impact-driven strategy, not just a profitability-driven strategy. And I think two of our keynote speakers also mentioned that research has proven that firms that consider sustainability in their operations, in their strategy, seems to be having higher profitability, seems to be having... I hope we are still very sustainable. Okay? And the firms that are doing this
are proving to be more sustainable, more profitable, as compared to firms that are not integrating these factors into their strategy. So the first stage of integrating strategy is to look at internal factors in our organization, and then ensuring that the employees understand the benefits of strategy. For instance, we even have waste bins in our offices. One of the embassies in Nigeria said that they carried out a research, and they found out that Lagos, the quantity of waste in our waters, in our distance, can actually sustain some factories for many years. So the question is, if we take gala or if we eat something, are we even encouraged not to throw the waste on the road? Are firms telling the employees to do this kind of activities? And when it's due to take leave, do you encourage the employees to take leave? Are you treating them well? So these are all the factors that we are supposed to consider first before we now start theorizing about sustainability as the case may be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are we incorporating wellness into our strategy for our staff? Okay, so let me take 3 questions from the audience, then I'll come back to my panel members so that at least I can get the audience engaged. I see a hand down there. Can we give her the microphone, please? Who are the other 2 people? Okay, 2. So 1, 2. Who is the last person? Okay, thank you. So 1, 2, 3. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rose Ubonna. My question is to the NCC person and then the Stalin. My question to you is that you said that you cover some areas like health, agric, and transportation. Could you just explain the area of transportation that you cover? And then does it mean that, is it possible that the CNG buses project can be taken off by the Starlink? I know it's a big one, but can the private come around and then do that? Because it would be like a great help for the SMEs and then for businesses and even for public persons. Then secondly, to the NCC, are you really open to the Climate Change Council? Are you really open to people, that professionals, for example, to help implement the act, or is it you and you alone? Then the next one could have been for the government. Sorry, okay. The government is still on that CNG bus. I mean, we have not had anything on that CNG bus. And then SMEs are really suffering. The last panelist, the person from LASMA, he said something very profound about it, that people are suffering from transportation, and then the increase in electricity, and then the fuel subsidy removed. So how are they going to really break even? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Can you bring the microphone to the front here?
Yeah, thank you very much. Very good conversation so far. Now, my concern is about the conflict between profitability and this sustainability culture. Yes, Prof has told us, and the previous speakers also mentioned it, that there's a research that has proven that those that comply with ESG are more profitable. That is perhaps at the level of the big companies or multinationals. Because when we look at the SMEs, where first many of them are struggling with issues of survival. Talking about sustainability is not likely to come down very well with them. So I'm just wondering whether will it be possible for us to have a package of incentives, that will make this ESG compatible with competitiveness. Because a company has to be alive to be able to adopt the principles of ESG. And we know what the environment is like, particularly for the small businesses. So that is one issue that bothers me, because when a company is struggling how to be afloat, and you are coming to talk about ESG, they are not likely to listen. Secondly, we have been told that there is now an act, and you start enforcement. Now, I hope there will be no compliance costs to businesses, because in the business environment, we have a lot of regulators coming around telling, and at the end, they will give you a bill or an invoice that this is what you have to pay every year or something. I hope we will not get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, there was one other person there, and then we will then ask the panelists to respond.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ibrahim Omar. My question goes to Stalin One Foundation first. You said you're working on 3 critical sectors that you have mentioned. But is there any possible collaboration between the non-governmental organization and civil societies in terms of delivering that your 5 sectors goal that you drawn out from starting One Foundation? Then my general question goes to all of the panelists. The presidential CNG campaign initiatives was established with the primary aims of reducing the transport sector costs due to the fuel subsidy that was removed. The Federal Ministry of Youth and Sport have created a website or developed a website that's all the youths from 18 years to 35 years to apply for the tricycle, that's Keke Napep, for the youth to apply and secure it. My general question is that we applied, we advocate for the application for the youth, but at the long last, we discovered that the Keke Napeps are being distributed, most especially to the top government officials and politicians. And we have submitted our data. I wish that the DG of this CNG, PICNG is here. That this question, please, should be addressed to him. So that we need to see the realities, not politics. Because removal of fuel subsidy have cost us a lot. If you are coming from where you come, your salary is not enough. But with that initiative, I think the presidency have did a wonderful idea to reduce the cost. But along the way, something is wrong. But if something among the panelists, there's anybody that will say about that, because we apply, and the website is still on now. People are still applying, but Keke Napep are being distributed without following this database. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so let me start with, who is starting out?
Okay, sir. I would like to answer your question first, because for me that touched on something we've been trying to actualize for the past 5 years. When you look at the market in Europe, and you look at the market in America, and you look at the market in Africa, then you isolate Nigeria. Find out that when we say sustainability is a journey, it's because it's something that starts from somewhere, goes to the end. Sometimes you don't really see the end. It's just like the horizon. The closer you get, the more it expands. One of the myths or some demystification that has to take place is this thing that ESG is for only big companies. We have to demystify that, because until we are able to do that, we'll be locking out all the SMEs, the not-for-profit, from avenues, depth, in terms of depth, deep avenues for innovation and creation of product that even makes them more sustainable, more profitable rather. Now, we cannot also talk about sustainability and profitability without understanding where each organization is. Now, even though we know that most times Africa always comes late to international parties, but at least we are trying very hard this time. We are not making adoption process. A lot of organizations, self-interest, trying to understand it, they're trying to grow. So that mindset of I'm too small to get involved in ESG. What it does, it tells immediately that that organization or that leader running the organization or the person thinking like that might still be in an era we have just left like 7 years ago, which is sustainability 1.0. On that sustainability 1.0, what we had was realization, benchmarking, and development of framework. Then you come down to some people adopt, then those who don't adopt, a lot of greenwashing. Then it also had room for people to deny. That's denial. But where we are right now is CSR 2.0. And when you talk about CSR 2.0, what you're looking at is transparency, standards, you know, and the third one there is resilience in the face of environmental and economic challenges. And you agree with me readily, whether you're a big company or a small company or a startup or an upstart, I might use that. Everybody wants resilience. Everybody wants to go to the market with what the market requires and be able to innovate. So when we get that tweaking right, a lot of organizations, when they understand it deep enough, will move from that. It will help us move faster because you don't need too much capital to engage in sustainability. The first thing you need to understand that it's an ethical requirement, and because it's an ethical requirement, after a while it becomes it has a moral imperative. And like my friend here said, you know, once you start to do good, what it does is that it attracts good towards you. At the end of the day, what every business, whether you're big, medium, small, or not, every idea is to attract equity to you that helps you to climb. And I think that's one differentiation we should make, that sustainability is not a reserve of big companies.
Very, very true.
It's something we must all understand. Thank you.
Very true.
Let me just add to that.
Briefly to it.
Mr. Muda, if you remember when Shade was the manager of Lagos Chamber of Commerce business unit, we had a program with Lagos Chamber of Commerce called Environment-Oriented Cost Management. You remember that Chi Limited had this Tetra Pak Chivita that had yellow, blue band. I think that was the first one they had. And I still remember that they had 7 plants in their Ajao facility. And they were trying to come up with these beans, gala-contained beans, something like that. I still remember then. One of the things we did was to look at efficiency, operational efficiency, resource optimization, and so on and so forth. And we discovered that they were wasting materials in packaging of that Tetra Pak for Chivita. We made our recommendation. That means they must have saved some cost. Teju Foam went through that process. Badger Paint went through that process. I still recall that Prince Teju Shu was saying, they don't generate waste, they don't do this, and so on and so forth. We told them, it's not all about waste. It's about putting a system in place that can help you in terms of cost savings, in terms of environmental performance, and indeed in terms of organizational learning or change. And I think they benefited from it. Badger Pen, then I still remember, had about 22 range of products. We looked at 6. I cannot tell you how much they were losing, especially looking at their teaching stage, because we mapped the entire production process. And we recognize where you have what we call environmental burden. Now, let's leave that aside. At home, you cook rice. Let me use that as an example. You cook rice at home every now and then. 4 of you at home. 2 have left for school. You know they say this derrica. You guys, you say derrica of rice or a cup of rice. You measure to cook for the 4 of you. Now 2 have left home. Using your rule of the thumb, this is the measure that we cook. Some people might come, and then you cook the rice. 2 of you have eaten. You have some left. You decide to package it, put it in the fridge. You recall that in our climb, sometimes you wake up, you are facing fuel crisis. Some other time, for an extended period, you might not even see light from the grid. You cannot power your generator, you do not have light. What will happen to that rice? It's going to go bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, the effort in cooking, energy. The effort in bringing out the pots. And then you now package it to throw away. Just think about all of that.
Thank you very
You
much,
have
sir.
the last one still on cooking rice. Sorry. Talking about
They are
energy
eyeing
efficient
me
product.
from this side. Sorry.
Yes. I will say this, I will keep quiet. Because we need to drill it down. We say energy efficient bulb, energy efficient fridges, energy efficient this. When you get home, your traditional fridge, put it on, and then put the other one on. And find out which one will save you more money. Because per se, or in itself, it's economic loss that goes into our pocket when we do all of that. So you don't even need to go so high from the corporate angle. Look at it from home. You will discover that when you are cooking rice, those things that form around the pot when it's steaming. You know they have diverse rice cooker now. You don't have all of that. Simple sustainability strategies that people have developed. Take it from that angle. Leave the big corporates alone and see how you save money at that level. You will know that it is a better way to go.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very, very briefly, then I'll come to your questions, and then Peju last.
Okay, just to add, I think to Dr. Muda Yusuf's question is that I think that is the way we describe and project sustainability. Sustainability and profitability are more or less synonyms from my own understanding. And having headed the Sustainability Center of Lagos Business School and interacting with a lot of firms, I can actually say that a lot of Nigerian firms and Nigerian society, we practice a lot of sustainability, but we don't even know that we are practicing sustainability. So if you pay your employees as at when due and properly, they will be more productive. And when they are more productive, it means that you are going to generate more revenue, more profitability, and you go back again. So all the stakeholders of the firm will be happier and better. There are also a lot of government policies that we have not even properly communicated. There are loans, there are supports being provided. All of them are part of sustainability. And also, for instance, in LBS, we have generating a lot of some of our power, electricity, from solar. And there are also, I know that Sterling Bank has been doing in terms of supporting firms with solar loans, solar days, and even Access Bank as well. So I think that there also need to be a kind of collaboration, stakeholders engagement, to properly and better coin and disseminate the concept of sustainability. I'm not sure there's a big difference between it and profitability. But once you are sustainable, you are profitable in the short, medium, and long term. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If I just give you a very practical example of an SME company. There's a company, I can't quite remember their name now. They make soap and creams, a very small SME company, using shea butter and all of those things. And they decided to come up with an incentive that if their customers will return the containers, they would get a discount and they will be able to buy more. And so they then began to see people struggling as they finish. They're not throwing the containers into the dustbin. They are packing it and bringing it back to the company so that they can recycle it and utilize it to sell more. And they saw an increase in their bottom line as a result of that single initiative, which we've always done. We all know how we use containers of soap to do so many things in the house. We've always had sustainability, but we just never called it that. So it's stepping back as an SME to say, how can I utilize some of those reuse, recycle concepts and be able to increase my bottom line as a business? And you will see increase immediately. So there is connectivity between sustainability and profitability for organizations, whether big or small,
as the case may be. But let me quickly go to, you have plenty of questions. I hope you remember them.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. So it shows that the audience were paying attention to what NCCCS is set to achieve. So I will just go. Sir, you asked about compliance costs. Of course, there will be compliance costs. Remember, under the Climate Change Act, we have the Climate Change Fund. And for the Climate Change Fund to be operationalized, we need it to be funded. So there will always be compliance costs, and that will be fixed by the council. So we also need money, but that will be fixed by the council. So definitely there will be compliance costs to enable us operationalize the Climate Change Fund as stipulated under the Act. So secondly, the lady asked about whether if we are open to professional help to implement the Act. When you talk about professional help, it looks as if we are begging, but I understand what your question is all about. When it comes to climate change matters, it's not unilateral. It is multilateral in nature. What does that mean? It means that we are open to public-private partnership to enable us implement the Act. So that is why we are very happy that we are part of this program. So also, to just go clearly, for instance, our nationally determined contributions, we want the business community to co-create it with us. By the time you co-create the NDCs with us, implementation becomes easy because you are carried along the process. So we need public-private partnership to ensure that our Act is fully implemented, particularly the NDCs, because the NDCs are critical to you, the private sector, in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And that takes me to your first question. You asked about what nature of transportation, whether it's, yes, any form of transportation that emits greenhouse gas emission into the atmosphere falls under the NDCs. And when you pick up the NDCs, you will see the target set out to reduce greenhouse gas emission in the transportation sector and all other sectors. So it covers all aspects of transportation that emits greenhouse gas emissions, because we want to reduce the unconditional greenhouse gas emissions by 20%. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And quickly, Pedro, you have about 2-3 questions for Sterling.
Okay, thank you very much, Tommy. Yes, we work with NGOs. Beyond working with NGOs as implementing partners, we have also partnered with the Nigerian Network of NGOs since 2021, where we do quarterly capacity building for the non-profit ecosystem, not just in Nigeria, but across the continent. I think you must have attended one or two. I can see you're nodding your head. And the recordings of these capacity building sessions are available on our YouTube channel. And that is to ensure that private sector organizations that want to work with NGOs have reduced complaints on lack of reporting, lack of transparency, and whatever, to ensure that more funding can go to the non-profit organizations working in hard-to-reach areas across the country and continent, supporting the impact goals and the ESG implementation plans and priorities of the private sector in Nigeria. As we speak, we've supported over 3,000 non-profit organizations. It's something that is ongoing, and we are not stopping, right? It's part of how we give back to the non-profit ecosystem. Beyond the virtual sessions, we also hold a physical session as a side event at the Africa Social Impact Summit. And for the record, it's happening July 10 to 11 at the Eco Convention Center, Lagos, Nigeria. To be a part of that, you can go to the impactsummit.org. The session, I was just bringing up the flyer when you were speaking, is on strengthening Africa's indigenous knowledge systems, harnessing opportunities for sustainable development. It is being supported by Spaces for Change and the Ford Foundation. And all that is also to build the capacity of the non-profit ecosystem on the continent. So you want to be a part of that. Can Sterling finance? Yes. Sterling can finance,
CNG.
I will just call it clean energy. Right. Yes, Sterling can finance clean energy. And there's a solution Sterling has called Imperium, which is supposed to support individuals actually and businesses to be able to infuse and use clean energy in their homes. The initial costs of clean energy, no doubt, can be a bit high, but you realize that it's highly cost effective when you look at it over the long run. So it's about balancing your long-term goals with your initial cost. I think that's it.
Yes. So the question on Keke Napep, unfortunately, there's no, government, any person here to be able to answer that. But I'm sure the organizers have noted it. So at this point, I would just like to say thank you so much to our panel members and to the audience for ensuring that we had such an engaging session. Thank you. Over to you, MC.
So much. Please, a round of applause. Don't leave so fast. Don't leave so fast. I want to invite the chairman of NECA and the director general for photographs. And of course, they will be making some presentations of plaques as an appreciation for your being here with us to share your knowledge. Yes. Yeah, we will want to take pictures with you. So please, just the DG and the chairman of NECA will be joining you. Okay, I understand that the MD of Unilever, please step up to join the photo session. Mr. Odakwa Otunla, stay here. All right. All right, as that is going on, I want to appreciate Mrs. Soromida George, who helped to announce our speakers. Of course, our guest speaker, Mr. Dakpo Otunla, Senior Vice President at Chief Corporate Services. There's also our moderator, Ms. Tomi Adepoju. Our discussants, Ken Egbas. Thank you so much, sir. Professor Franklin N. Ngu. Thank you. Dr. Eugene Itwa. Mrs. Olakpeju Ibekwe, Chief Executive Officer of Sterling One Foundation. And of course, Dr. Nkiruka Madwekwe, Director General, National Council on Climate Change, who was represented. Yeah, these are your plaques for assisting us and contributing. Like I said before, change doesn't come overnight. It is consistency, keep doing the right things, and then the results will come. Just to inform you, your tea break will be taking place here. I see our ushers already bringing them to you because our time is very, very far gone. So instead of going out and coming back, please bear with us. Have your tea break right in here as we'll be going into the fireside chat immediately. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for our speakers as they leave the stage. Thank you so much. We appreciate you bringing your knowledge. I believe that this discussion will at least chip away at the challenges we have in different sectors, and in time, we will get to see its results in our lives. For now, we'll be having our fireside chat on aligning the reform, fiscal, trade, interior, monetary, etc. for national development. Before that, I saw our Minister of State for Labor and Employment, Honorable Nkiruka Onyejocha, with us some minutes ago. I don't know whether she's still around. But of course, she was here to highlight the importance of this event. So appreciate her for being here with us. For now, I'd like to invite our moderator for the fireside chat, and that is Dr. Abiodun Adedipe, founder and chief consultant, B. Adedipe Associates Limited, BAA Consult. Please, a round of applause as he steps onto the stage. You're very welcome, sir. We appreciate you. I think I'll leave you to invite your panelists. Yes, sir. All right, sir. I leave the microphone to you. Thank you so much, sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you. I will right away invite the speakers, panelists, discussants to the center stage here. And I believe they are also around, even though I have not had a confirmation on that. The first person I will invite is Honorable Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, the Honorable Minister of Interior. We invite him up here to join me, or if his representative is around, if it's not, we please invite you to step up here for this conversation. And the second panelist for this session is Senator John Owen Eno, the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment in the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. Senator John Eno. Okay. Then I have also Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. I know Mr. President is signing the 4 bills that his committee worked on today. But if the event is not here, okay, you represent him. Thank you so very much. You are very much welcome. Thank you for making my welcome. Then my friend and professional colleague, so Dr. Okiti, my friend and professional colleague, is over in the house. Dr. Okiti. All right, and then the last person that makes up the panel is Mr. Ade Adefeko, also another friend and professional colleague. All right, so we having a conversation on aligning the reforms for private sector growth and maximum national impact. Let me give a quick background to this conversation. And that is, anytime you talk about reform, it's a pointer to the fact that some things are not working well, and there's a need for change. The reforms now says, okay, what needs to change, and then how should we change it? Now, this subject of reforms between May 29, 2023, and date, I've been able to collate this into 12 buckets. Mostly in our conversations around the country, we focused on 2 because they are fundamental. The first being the implementation of fuel subsidy removal. Now, I describe it that way because my understanding by the facts, the laws, and the process, it was not President Tinubu that removed subsidy. Now, removal of subsidy happened in December 2021, when our former President Buhari signed the Petroleum Industry Bill into law. So it became an act, December 2021. But there are some sections of that act, sections 205 to 208, that speak to the pricing of refined petroleum products, which the sitting president at the time said should be implemented 18 months after he signed the bill into law. And I did a simple calculation. And I said, December 21 plus 18 months should lead us to June 2023. In which case, signed into law, but the implementation will be handled by whoever will take office after him. That was my interpretation at the time. And I said to myself, we have a very, very wise president. There's a difference between signing a law and its implementation. So when President Tinubu came into office and said subsidy is gone, my interpretation was different than the general understanding. And I said, what it means is that I'm coming into the office and I met two laws in place that have dealt with subsidy. Number one, Petroleum Industry Act, that has sections 205 to 208, has effectively, legally also removed subsidy from pricing of refined petroleum products. Secondly, the Appropriation Act for 2023, which of course, when the bill was signed to turn it into a law, also made no provision for fuel subsidy second half of the year. So for me, therefore, the issue was this something we needed to do? And I said, as an analyst, yes. Because Nigeria was wasting $10.7 billion every year on fuel subsidy. That was not sustainable. Now, the second major thing we all talk about, which I didn't like when that reform was first announced, I will confess openly, I didn't like it. And that is unification of the exchange rates. Which for me as an economist, I will forget all the grammar and bring it down to what it interprets into. It simply means you have, in fact, more or less floated the naira. So, but what that also, like I asked earlier on, was it necessary for us to do? Yes, at the time. Not just because of what IMF we always make reference to. The difference between official and roadside rate, parallel market we call it. We call it premium. IMF will recommend to any country around the world that if you want to manage your FX market effectively, that premium should not be greater than 5%. At that point in time, the premium in the FX market in Nigeria was a little over 62%. Where maximum was supposed to be 5%, we're looking at a little over 62%. But not only that, there were also a lot of strange opportunities within that market. And so the exchange rates were unified. There are some other 10 reforms that I've tracked and also analyzed since this government came into office. And I mentioned them quickly. Now the next one is fiscal consolidation. Something that I've been personally involved in advocacy and in fact direct advice, having served on federal government committee set up by the president way back some 15 years ago on that. So the idea now was for us to have So let me take a break there before I talk about the other reforms, why we build our panel. So at this point, I would like to invite Dr. Muda Yusuf and another, professional colleague and friend of 43 years that have been friends in this field. You are most welcome to the panel. Thank you so very much. And also to acknowledge Mr. Babatunde Obani Yi as representative for Mr. Taiwo Oyedele at this conversation. You are very much welcome. That's to formally recognize you, even though you've been here with me. So thank you. So now I have two panelists here. The rest of them will join us later, but I'm personally not surprised because a big thing is happening in Nigeria today, which is part of the reforms we are talking about in this session. And that is Mr. President signing the tax reform bills into law. So and I thought these are major actors in that process. And that is why we don't have them here yet. So now, with fiscal consolidation, which we can all attest to. Oh, thank you. Dr. Okiti is here. My very good friend and professional colleague of many years. Okay, so we are going to have exciting times here. Thank you so very much. Now, on the other reform, fiscal consolidation has brought an increase in what accrues to the federation account. And so what is now allocated among federal, state, and local governments equally has increased significantly, much more than what it was before this administration took office. Then, of course, we've had a number of institutions that were strengthened. Some were newly created. Some existed in the days we were in university in the 1970s, like the NEL Fund, that is, the Education Loan Fund. We enjoyed it in the 70s as undergraduates, which was then called student loans, managed by the Student Loans Board. But at some point it died, but that became a part of reform of the educational system that has been introduced as well. Then we have also what never existed in practical terms, even though something similar we began in 2007. I think that was the first time I was in Aso Rock to be a part of president launching a policy. We call it then, we call it now Credit Corp, and that is the Consumer Credit Corporation. We toyed with consumer credit policy in 2007. I was involved when the president launched that, President Obasanjo then. But we now have it now institutionalized, and that is part of the reforms we have. And the beauty of it is that the gaps in the one we had before were addressed in this particular institution, in the sense that it is not just about having access to loan to buy anything, but you access loan from that corporation to buy regular, everyday needs of the household. You can buy furniture, television, cars, telephones, refrigerators, deep freezers, and so on and so forth. But at a much lower rate of interest that we get from commercial financial institutions. But not only that, if you are going to get a loan from that corporation to buy those items, they must be items that are made in Nigeria, which means there's a connection between access to the loan and what the money is used for, in which case it connects to job creation right here in Nigeria. But now, that is not the end of it. There is also what we have canvassed for over 15 years that was just brought to life last week, and that is recapitalization of the Bank of Agriculture, which now has 1.5 trillion fresh capital injection. I've been a part of canvassing for that since around 2002 with different governments over the years. That is also part of the reforms for the agri sector. We equally have the presidential executive orders. They were signed in February 2024 on the oil and gas sector. And of course, that was not the end of it. We see minimum wage now given a structure, which means it's not something we leave until labor protests, but now institutionalized in the sense that over a defined period of time we review it, and also there are set criteria for dealing with that on an ongoing basis. Local government financial autonomy is also another aspect of reform. So we've had so many of them, all right? And that is what we are going to deal with in this very session. So that is a kind of overview. The panel is set now. We go into our conversation. And so My dear panelists and the colleagues, I will give you 2 minutes for opening remarks, but you can choose any of these reform areas. I know your own is well defined, Mr. Bani, because yours is the big game changer in my interpretation for Nigeria. So I will start with you, then come to Dr. Yusuf. Pick any of them you want to speak to in your opening remarks, and also Dr. Okiti as well. And then thereafter, I will raise questions. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, dear moderator, for the opening remarks. My name is Babatunde Olani. So in terms of what I'll be speaking to, I think today is one of the great days for Nigeria and this administration, right? Because following the inauguration of the president and also the appointment of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee, there was no doubt about it that Nigeria needed some transformational changes, right? We had made changes in terms of the Finance Act under President Buhari. We had 4 of those Finance Acts, and they made changes that we needed to manage the situation during the COVID, right? Nigeria was one of the few countries that didn't have to react when COVID came because the Finance Act had come in and exempted small businesses from income tax. But these changes were not transformational enough, right, given our current situation. If you look at the budget, right, there was a time whereby for every 1 naira the Nigerian government raised, we were spending close to 90 kobo on servicing debt, right? One of the previous panels that happened yesterday also said that a lot of the source of funds that finance our infrastructure growth in this country has been debt, right? Now, that's not sustainable, either at the federal level or at the state level, right? We have 36 states in Nigeria, right, and you also include the FCT. Majority of these states will not be viable if we remove FAC allocations today, right? What that means is that internally generated revenue is not even sufficient, right, to cover salaries or overheads of running our state government, right, just solely on internal generated revenue, right? So what this means is that a lot of changes are required from a fiscal standpoint, and that comes with the 4 bills that the president will be signing into law today. Right now, if we look at part of the reasons, again, why these reforms are important, and I think the panel also spoke to it yesterday, we have a lot of old laws when it comes to our tax laws in Nigeria, right? If we look at the Stamp Duties Act, for example, this was a law that was enacted in 1939. This law is even older than Nigeria, right? And if you look at some of the punitive penalties in those laws that drive compliance, you see penalties that is 20 naira. In today's world, who would comply if the penalty is 20 naira? Right? So there is actually definitely need for us to amend these laws. Now, the last part, which is also very important, is in terms of adapting to what is going on globally. Right? So globally, the tax landscape is undergoing restructuring. Right? We see the OECD coming up with the base erosion and profit shifting action plans. Right? There's also the BEPS 2.0, which is the Pillar 1, Pillar 2. So Pillar 1 is focused on taxing multinational digital companies, right, which is a problem all around the world. And that's the reason why, through the OECD, 140 countries came together through the inclusive framework to pretty much address this problem. The second phase is the Pillar 2, which is ensuring, right, that multinationals pay the right amount of tax, right, in the jurisdictions where they create revenue and where their market is. Now, if we look at some of the key changes that the bills will bring to Nigerian businesses and Nigerian individuals, not to repeat some of the good things that we said yesterday, but this is just what we're echoing, given the fact that we've signed today. Now, one of the things that we mentioned was the distortions in the tax landscape in terms of what happens where companies in the free trade zone actually produce in the free trade zone, but their market is in the customs territory. how that puts companies that are operating in the free trade zone, outside the free trade zone, and supplying the customs territory, it doesn't put them on equal footing, right? Because I am supplying the same market and I'm paying tax, and another mine is in the free trade zone, is supplying the same market, but is not paying tax, right? So how do we ensure we look at the effectiveness of our tax incentives to ensure that it's actually driving the actual objective of those incentives and is not creating a distortion in our market, right? So in order to ensure that we preserve our tax base, generate revenue for the government and facilitate inclusive growth. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Now, before I come to Dr. Yusuf, let me also invite to join us here Mr. Albert Folorunsho. He's a member of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee. You are very much welcome, and we're happy to have you here. Also, get your views and opinions. Okay, so Dr. Yusuf, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. Now, the reform. First of all, let me say that a reform is not an end in itself. It's a means to an end. So, and the best way to appraise the effectiveness or outcomes is to assess the end that we want to achieve. In terms of efficiency, in terms of productivity, and more importantly, in terms of the welfare of the people. Now, the theory at the beginning was that some of these leakages, fuel subsidy, forex, arbitrage, all of that, those leakages will be stopped and the benefits of it will be channeled to improve productivity and welfare. But that has not exactly happened. Why we agree with the principle of stopping those leakages? Because the economy was actually bleeding profusely as a result of some of those dysfunctional policies. But we have stopped those dysfunctional policies. The benefits have not properly trickled down to support productivity or to support welfare. So that is one major issue that many people have with the reforms. I personally was one of the strongest advocates of the reform, that we should convert the exchange rate, we should remove subsidy. But I must confess, when the consequences now crystallized, I never imagined that the thing could be so profound. And if we find ourselves in such a situation, I think what is best is to ensure that we quickly come up with impactful mitigation measures without necessarily reversing the reform, but we can mitigate the impact. Because the shocks were so profound. Take those who are in production, for instance. The production system is highly dependent on foreign raw materials, foreign inputs, all these imports. So there was a major shock from the point of view of the cost of production. Production is also energy intensive. So subsidy was gone. Production is also logistics intensive. So from the point of view of logistics costs, from the point of view of production costs, from the cost of view of raw material costs. So the impact was so much that some of the companies had to leave, particularly those who are even multinationals. Because for those who had foreign exchange liabilities, it was difficult to bear. Because how do you pay back? Whether you have borrowed money, your shareholders are, abroad and so on. That is what led some companies to leave. So the point I'm making is that in order to ensure that alignment with what the private sector wants to deliver, we need to look at what the impact has been and what mitigation measures can be applied. And that is focusing a lot on what he said, the fiscal policy, the tax policy, the tariff policy. We can look at all those policy instruments and see how we can deploy them to mitigate the impact on those who are operators in the private sector. I think that, for me, is a very important thing that we need to do. Then we have the issue of welfare. The reform has created very serious issue of poverty. And when people don't have discretionary income, how will they buy what we produce? So again, we need to also address that. How do we channel these things to mitigate the impact on the people, welfare-wise? I'm not talking of palliatives, because you can't give palliatives to everybody. So it has to be something that is systemic, that is economy-wide, to mitigate, the pains of the reforms. I think those are my views. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Let me now come to Dr. Kitty.
Yeah, thank you so very much, Dr. Adedipe, for that very broad and detailed background. And thank you to NECA for inviting me here this afternoon. So I'll be speaking on the macroeconomic context of the reforms because that is very, very critical. And the perspective I want to see it on is there can be no growth without investment, and there can be no jobs without investment. So it's from the direction of investment that you get growth, and of course you get investment. So for every economy, and Nigeria is not an isolated case here, the very key thing that we must all ask ourselves, or let me say the questions we ask ourselves is this: what are the barriers, or what are the disincentives to investment? Because if you don't understand in your economy why you are not getting the level of investment that you require, then you will not be able to change the economic policies to change that direction. So for me in 2023, I think it was very, very clear that for Nigeria, there are two major discretionary elements in the economy that are disincentive to investment. One, obviously, is the artificial fuel price. And of course, the second one is the selective arrangement around FS. Probably 4 or 5 different FS markets. So it may be very difficult for us to quantify the investment barriers that they meant, but these were disincentives to investment because they did not provide a level playing field. So that is one dimension. However, the second dimension, which I think is very, very important, is because there was no investment, then we were not getting the level of growth and, of course, the level of jobs that we should get. So that's the second dimension. The third dimension, which I think is very, very important, is that if you look at it from the fiscal perspective, the implications were very, very huge. So what do I mean by that? In that June 2023, it was very, very clear in the data that became available at that halftime of the year that if there was no removal of fuel subsidy and the exchange rate was not liberalized, you will not get the kind of inflow that you require to stabilize the economy. So there was definitely going to be a fiscal collapse, and of course there was going to be an external position collapse. So let me give you one example. For instance, it became public knowledge that the obligations that had not been settled was actually up to $10 billion. At least that is there in public knowledge. However, our net position was actually less than $5 billion. So we were on the trajectory to head us in Venezuela or Zimbabwe. So that is the situation we were in 2023. So those reforms needed to be taken. However, it doesn't change the fact that, as Dr. Muda has said, it doesn't change the fact that reforms are hand in themselves. However, in this room, and I do not want anyone to lose sight of that if those reforms were not done, we would not even be here talking about how to actually provide succor to those that actually lost out on the reform side. So in terms of macroeconomics, we must be very, very clear. Why were these things done? The trajectory in which we were going. In fact, I think there was a figure of around 156% of GDP. And that's where our debt situation would have been in 2026 if we had continued on that trajectory. So that is just assuming that we were even able to survive to 2026 on that trajectory. But that trajectory has now been reversed, not completely because we are still dealing with legacy issues. However, the fiscal and the external position that was the case in 2023 is not where we are today. Is the cup full? No, the cup is not anywhere full. However, I think it's very important that if those reforms were not taken, we would not be where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. In fact, the way I heard that is the cup would have been empty by now. Okay? So thank you very much. Let me now come to Mr. Folomisho, your opening remarks. Then we go specific thereafter.
All right. So I will just, good evening, good afternoon. I'm hoping that the bill has been signed now, so we can be referring to the Nigerian tax laws. It was supposed to be 130, and let's assume that that has been done. So, of course, a lot of the comments yesterday was around, we really don't know what will end up in the signed bill. Some of us have a glance as to what's, it may not be totally everything we were saying yesterday. But the important thing when you talk about the reform, maybe I can come back to the opening remark, is the fact that let's look at the reforms that have taken place. We don't need to discuss because there is nothing like rolling them back. We cannot roll them back. It's to look at what is left to be reformed and how do we navigate the impact of the reform that has taken place. If you look at the power sector and compare it with the exchange rate as well as the subsidy, you know, there are three elephants that needed to be dealt with, and the president only addressed two. And we can see the impacts on the power sector as we speak. The level of struggle, you know, from GENCO, I mean, let's say from the gas companies to the GENCOs, let me jump embed and go to the DISCOs. Because embed is just government that is in between. And if you look at the way they are struggling as we speak, imagine that same struggle still going on with the non-removal of subsidy. The impact will have been excessive. The power companies are struggling as we speak. They are owing the GENCOs heavily. Federal government is owing, embed is owing them heavily, not small. And the DISCOs are unable to generate enough funds because embed is supposed to generate their fund from payment by the DISCOs. And who is owing the DISCOs? It's the government establishment mostly, and the leakages here and there. Okay, so if you look at all of those and compare them with what has been reformed or the ongoing reform, you will definitely agree. In fact, recently I noticed that the president was being begged to please look into the power sector and take the same step. You can imagine going through the tax bill and what happened in the course of the passing of the bill, and assuming that you now throw up the removal of subsidy as one of the things to be discussed by the president before moving on. I'm sure by now the subsidy will have increased, you know. It will never go through let's say, through the National Assembly. No. Those reforms were necessary, and the outstanding one needs to be done. I will focus on the tax bill and the reform that is supposed to bring in, because you cannot reform the fiscal or the monetary or the trade without also bringing in looking at the tax implication. And as we go along, I will emphasize on some of those reforms that we expect soonest.
All right. Thank you so very much, Mr. Folownsho. Now, let's go a little bit specific from this point. And I want us to consider this issue we have had in Nigeria for decades, policy misalignment. Now, we can bring the same conversation into the reforms. Like I said earlier on, several elements in the reform bouquet, all right? So now, talking about alignment across the various reforms we have had. So what are the challenges there, in aligning these various reforms? And I want us to take that maybe in terms of bureaucratic, issues. But we know reforms have been done in fiscal, monetary, as you mentioned, of course, trade, policies, and sector-specific reforms as well. So are there issues that bother you that appears to make those reforms work at cross purposes? And I'll give an illustration very quickly. If we want to deepen manufacturing, for example, ordinarily we say we want to produce more here in Nigeria so that in the process also we create more jobs. But if our tariff structure now is badly shaped in the sense that imported similar manufacturers are not subject to tariffs that make them expensive here, and so they compete effectively with those manufacturers there that don't benefit from the advantage in the home countries of those imports. So in which case, duty on inputs, like Dr. Yusuf said earlier on, imported inputs, we also see carry high tariffs, import duties. But also imported competing finished products are not subject to punitive tariffs. So that immediately we speak of a kind of contradiction, misalignment. So if we look at these reforms we have done, are there any areas that you can identify as needing further work? Like we say, reform on its own is not an end. So it's an ongoing thing until we get the kind of impact we desire. So let me start from Mr. Omoni as well. We go in that order.
Thank you very much. I think I will just say a couple of points around what I've seen that has worked well, and going into, as we say, right, is a journey, what we can focus on going forward. Now, as we have said on the panel today, that a key aspect of growth, right, is investment, right? And part of our challenges that have made the CBN's job a bit tough, a tough one, right, is the lack of sufficient foreign currency inflows. But the foreign exchange reserves is currently not where it should be, right, given the high demand for forex, given we're an import-dependent nation. But one of the things that the tax reform has done is to reduce the pressure for the demand for foreign currency, right, where you have companies that don't earn foreign exchange as revenues, so their revenues are actually in Naira, and they have tax obligations that they have to pay in dollars to the Nigerian tax authority, not to a foreign tax authority, to a Nigerian tax authority. So you find that Nigerian taxpayers are going to the same market where businesses who are looking for foreign exchange to import important raw materials or equipment are also competing with taxpayers who are looking for foreign exchange to pay the Nigerian government, right? So that kind of showed some kind of misalignment, which by virtue of some collaborations, amendments have been put in to provide succor in that respect. Another aspect that we've seen again is looking at how other countries have moved from a product economy to services economy. If we look at India, for example, where they have a lot of business services center, and they export these services to generate foreign exchange, right? This is something that Nigeria over the recent years have also taken up. But you find that foreign companies who want to employ our talents, right? Now we are over 237 million people who want to leverage our skills, our human resources, right, that we have in the tech sector, cannot do that under the, should I call it old or new now, right? So under the existing regime, right, without creating tax issues for themselves. But what has been done now is to create a framework whereby they can employ those Nigerians. Nigerians can work for foreign companies and those foreign exchange, bring them into Nigeria, right, and that provides some positive impact on the Nigerian economy. The third one on the positive aspect, again, is the focus on, I know we had mentioned the power sector, right? A lot of the issues facing the power sector is largely due to liquidity, right? And even though they are partly held by government, it is clear if you look at the fiscal situation that the path forward, right, is by foreign investment, private sector investment, right? That is what has led to our sustainability in the cement side. That is what has led to the transformative efforts we are seeing in the telecom side, and also what we are seeing in the oil and gas, given the executive order that you had mentioned and other initiatives with the PIA that the government is looking to push from an investment standpoint. Now, one of the key areas within the tax bills is the priority sector incentive, which focuses on key priority sectors, and power is one of them, right? Which also feeds into renewables. I know the last session was based on sustainability. So renewables is a big area that is a focus area in the tax bill for this incentive. And this kind of aligns with the Electricity Act of 2023 that also provides some regulatory landscape for this investment to come in, right, and drive growth and prosperity for Nigerians. But in terms of one area that I believe that can be done better is in terms of trade, right? And in the era of the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement, right, is one of the things that we're looking forward is to look at our HS codes, right, to ensure that these are properly linked and we don't have a misalignment with other African countries where it is cheaper, right, to move goods from Nigeria to China than to move goods from Nigeria to another country in Africa, then to China, right? You find a situation whereby traders might be leveraging on those mismatches, right? So something an area whereby the Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Finance, and other people can come together to look at a bit more. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I'm particularly happy about something you mentioned when you started, and that is where entities operating in Nigeria have to source FX from the same market with importers and manufacturers in order to pay levies, taxes, and other things to government agencies. In particular for me, when you said that, NPA came to my mind, NIMASA came to my mind, but I'm thinking that in these tax reforms, that I want to believe the one Mr. President is signing today, that issue has been addressed. But these are different government agencies, different mandates, and so definitely it's an issue to look at. Let me now come to Dr. Yusuf.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, I think that we need to have an ideological consensus to know exactly what kind of economic management ideology we are pursuing. I say this because this is a developing economy, and there is a limit to which you can throw a developing economy completely to a market ideology. Because if we do that, it's going to penalize a lot of sectors, and it's going to affect the citizens massively, although some capitalists may benefit from it. So we need to recognize that we need to define the limits of how far market principles can go. If you talk of infrastructure, even in Asia, some of the countries that we talk about in Asia, government investment in infrastructure is massive. They don't charge commercial rate for infrastructure usage there because government involvement is heavy. Because there are some heavy liftings that the government needs to do to be able to ensure an environment for productivity and competitiveness. If you say that you want to leave the power sector entirely to the private sector. That means the current tariff we are paying today will have to go up by maybe 10 times or more. So what is the implication of that for the economic development? What is the implication of that for industrialization? What is the implication of that for the welfare of the people? Because you need to have an economy that is productive for you to be able to create jobs, to produce things at a cheaper rate, for you to be able to export and all of that. So I think we need to be careful about particularly infrastructure financing, to know how far you go. I believe that the government should play a critical role in the electricity sector, at least in funding some major infrastructure. They may not be the ones to maintain it, because I know we don't have the institutional capacity because of corruption in the bureaucracy and all of that. So the government has to come in one way or the other. We need to have a conversation on what model can work, but government presence is extremely very important. The second point I want to also make is about the orthodoxy of monetary policy. Now, as a policy or as a philosophy, the CBN has said that it's operating an orthodox monetary policy. Now, if you have that, look at how far it has driven interest rates. Interest rates are 30% and 35%. What kind of production, what kind of business can you even do with that kind of interest rate? So there has to be some form of intervention. And this is why we talk about market failure. The whole essence of market failure is to recognize that the market cannot fix everything. What the market cannot fix, the state should fix it. You cannot have an economy where you expect people to invest, where you expect entrepreneurs, and interest rate is about 30%, 35%. So that is an example of what areas in which the government needs to intervene. Of course, we have the BOI, but how much of gap can they fill in this kind of situation? Then the third point is about trade and tariff. We have done, although the Taiwo Oyedele Committee is fiscal policy and tax reform, but not much conversation has taken place in the area of tariff. My colleague here talked about the HS code. The cost of import is too high. I'm not talking of consumer goods, so I'm talking of those who are producing. You cannot have a situation where you already deregulated the exchange rate. That means cost has gone up by almost 300%. Then the import duty you pay is also being charged at the prevailing exchange rate. So the import duty itself has gone up by another 300%. Why will cost not be high? Why will there not be inflation? I'm not saying we should tamper with the exchange rate. That is a settled matter. But the cost of import, the duty, the rate at which you pay your import duty, we can tinker with that. We can tinker with the import duty itself so that we can bring down cost. So these are some of the contradictions, because we cannot so doggedly stick to the fact that this is reform, this is market principles, without looking at how we can tweak it to suit our own situation. Those things are very, very important so that we can see some results. Now we are going to this African continental free trade area. The cost environment is too high. We cannot compete. This place will just be a dumping ground for other countries from Morocco, from Egypt, from South Africa. So let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. In fact, two important issues raised there. The orthodox monetary policy, where the monetary policy rate now is at 27.5%. Of course, an incentive to investors who are looking at return on Naira assets. But it is incentive to producers who have to borrow to produce, okay, at 30-something%, some up to 36%, in fact, very close to 40%. And the question is, if you borrow at that rate, how can you produce commodities that are affordable in the low income area, low real income area we are. So very important. And of course, the second key issue you raised there, which relates to, the tariffs as well. Very, very important. Now let me come to Dr. Okiti. I can see you smiling. I'm sure there's something in your mind you want to share with us on this.
Yeah, thank you so very much. Let me just quickly answer the question posed by Dr. Muda on what is actually the economic philosophy.
That's right.
Personally, and I think for Nigeria, I think we have settled on, look, let's make economic policies that work. So I am definitely not a socialist. I'm largely a market person. However, I totally agree. We cannot subject the entire economy to market forces. It's not done anywhere else. I mean, it's not done. Even US is not done like that. So I totally agree with that. I think the debate is, where does government intervention stop? I think that is where the key question is. I don't think there's anyone in this room that wants to go 100% socialist or want to go purely capitalist. So I thought to share that. And let me also just quickly attend before I answer your question. In relation to interest rate and the orthodoxy element, I think I'm glad that that conversation actually came up, because it goes back to my opening remarks. One of the things that we have not done very well over the years is explain to ourselves how previous fiscal broken policies affect the decisions that we take in the monetary policy environment. So in the past, when you have the fuel subsidy, and then this, my Hoga said, debt service was consuming about 99% of the time. So what was the implication, or what was the government doing? Because you have debt services consuming 99% of your revenue, meanwhile, government was still spending money. So what were government getting money from? They were printing it. And when they print it, what happens to me and you? Then inflation goes up, and it keeps going up. And it obviously got to a point it became unsustainable. So what I'm trying to say is economics has linkages. So if you don't deal properly with your fiscal area, like we did not, which this government is now trying to make efforts on, then you have challenges in the monetary policy area. My expectation is this, and I'm talking from economic theory perspective. My expectation is that if fiscal position continues to improve, then I see inflation starting to moderate. And if inflation moderates, then the Central Bank of Nigeria, through its Monetary Policy Committee, we have to bring interest rate down. And then the manufacturers that we are talking about will now begin to benefit from that. But we must not go back and do it the artificial way again. Let's try and use the market route to get to that point. And I think that would be very, very, that's the point in response to that, sir. But let me now rephrase the question that you asked. And the way I will rephrase it is this. How do we plug the gaps that does not make our economic policies work? Because if we say we are doing economic reforms, we want it to work, but we can see that it's not working as much as we would like it to work. Yeah. So I want to draw our attention to 3 points. The first one is the scale of the informal sector in Nigeria. Many people who probably won't think of, but because of the scale of the informal sector, then it becomes very difficult to actually do targeted economic policies. So for instance, if you probably, so let's say in the UK, which is probably the only other country I know very well, you want to do support to potato farmers. You actually know all the potato farmers in the country. Not just farmers, you know the ones actually planting potatoes. So you can actually direct your subsidy or your support towards them. But in Nigeria's agriculture, for instance, we have large section of smallholder farmers. Of course, you have the few big ones, and it's easy to actually target the big ones. But the small ones, for instance, we probably don't know the ones that grow rice, the ones that grow beans, and the ones that grow. So assuming the policy says, look, we want to double our beans production in the next 5 years, and these are the things that the farmers need, how do we identify the people to help us get us there? I think that is one major area in which we need to improve on. How do we deal with the fragmentation of the different sections of the economy such that either support, subsidy, or even cost to these reforms can be properly identified and targeted? So I think that's the first one. And I think the second one also in relation to that, one of the reasons why it has not worked. For instance, if you look at poverty, I mean, poverty is huge in Nigeria. However, you cannot compare some people's poverty to some other people's poverty. What I mean is even poverty is relative. Is in Nigeria, they say, I better pass my neighbor. Because you can actually be in the same locality and I can buy a small generator, but you can't actually afford it. So if we want to really, really target and improve our economic policies, we also have to be able to identify the different segments of the poor. So whether his cash transfer or his net fund. For instance, if I have a criticism of this net fund, my criticism would be is that my son also can access it. My daughter can access it, but why would my daughter actually need net fund? So you have to be able to actually say, look, who are the people that really, really need it? How do we identify them? How do we segment them? Then that way, economic policies or economic reforms can be targeted. And finally, the third one, also for power. So I totally agree with you. We need to remove some subsidy on power. But the truth of the matter is there are actually some people that also need support on power. But when you have a situation whereby it's not even up to 50% of people that have meters, how do you even know the poor? So the summary of all the points I've made is that for us to plug some of the gaps of this economic or effectiveness of these economic reforms, we need to improve on the data. We need to improve on segmentation so that we can target these economic policies. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. In fact, thank you. I was going to come back to Mr. Folorisho on the issue of the power sector. And what crossed my mind is a data I came across last week. That, okay, through the national grid, we pushed about 5,000 megawatts, 5 gigs. But I also got to understand that in Lagos State alone, what private companies, individuals, households, let me say, generate is about 16.6 gigawatts. It means investments made by private entities and also individuals and families is generating so much power that it's not going to the national grid. So just like we joked way back in 2004, that we generate enough power in Nigeria, but it's not to the grid. Just like my friend Okiti said earlier on, when I put a small generator on the ground that is commonly referred to as I better pass my neighbor, it's generating power, but low quality, and of course, in fact, more expensive. We discovered then. In fact, in terms of cost ratio, it was ratio 1:16 for a gas power generator. The cost of running that I better pass my neighbor in terms of kilowatt hours. All right? So what are the are we thinking of tax incentives for the investors we are prospecting in the power sector? Or let me put it simply, what needs to change there?
Thank you very much. Very good question. And that has been the major challenge that companies in the power sector are probably facing. So when you talk about tax incentive, how much tax incentive does a power company requires? And for how long? We can count the number of GenCos, and all of them enjoyed pioneer status when they started for 5 years. And of course, within 5 years, even if you don't give them pioneer status for 5 years, the level of investment, the capital investment, the cost of turbines and all the equipment for power. A client of mine just did repair. He said repair to a turbine, and it cost 6 billion. And the taxman was saying, no, you cannot expense it. you must capitalize. 6 billion is big. 6 billion to a power company is nothing. The last overhauling renovation that they did cost 38 billion. So how are they expected to recover those costs? So it is not about incentive, okay? And it is not what individuals can just rush into. You can only rush into buying your small generator, which you need or you don't need. The power you generate, you just take the small you require out of it. The balance is wasted. Sometimes the GenCos even have enough powers to give to the discos through embed, and they are saying that, see, please don't give me more power, because the ones you gave me is either being lost through leakages, or being stolen, or being used by military formation and government establishment, which they are not paying for. Those are where the issues are. It is not about whether you give them a tax incentive for 20 years. 20 years runs very quickly for those type of companies, and you don't see the impact. I was just appealing to taxman to give a client of mine installmental payment starting from June, and they said, no. We know that as a power company, the company was paid, and the company is saying that, see, you are owing me 160 billion as government through embed, and you're asking me to go and raise 30 billion to pay corporate tax. From where? You are owing me. Can you just offset and let me leave? Those are very critical issues that need to be addressed.
That's right.
Even the discos are also owing government heavily. Meanwhile, they are not allowed to charge the proper rate. They give them promissory notes which they hold as that they can utilize. It's not money for them. And you want them to have meters everywhere. They're trying. Most of those meters are being tampered with. Yeah. And that is where the issue around Band A, Band B, Band C fraud started. Because it is fraud. A lot of people that are under Band A are not getting up to 8 hours a day. Yeah. And they are charging you for Band A. What type of band is that? Okay. Some people are begging on certain platforms.
Band Z.
It's band fraud. Yeah. Some people are begging as I speak to, please, can you return us to our Band B? In fact, that place looks more convenient. I know that I'm actually in Band B, not Band A. I'm relaxing and paying heavily. The difference between Band A and B is heavy. I think it's about times 6, if not more than that, the rate. And then I'm still spending money on diesel. As long as there is no power, I'm spending money on diesel. So it's not about incentive. Yeah. There is need for government. It's only government that can support them the way they have supported other institutions. Otherwise, you cannot go to Nigerian bank and take such loan. It's heavy loan to do, particularly for gas company turbines that uses gas, and you cannot even start talking about hydro. It is much more expensive. Yes. So those are issues that need to be addressed, and gradually you have to go back to charging appropriate rate for power, because that's the only way. Government alone cannot. What they're saying now is that I met the special advisor to the president on power, and they are looking for how to raise funds if they collate how much they are owing the GenCos. Today they want to, you are paying GenCos 10% of their money, so that they can just survive. Another percentage of the money you are owing them, you are paying directly to their supplier, NGC, so that they can give them gas, otherwise they will shut down. Yeah. So my money, 90% is going to my supplier, you are giving me 10%. Out of the 10%, I'm paying salaries, I'm paying pension, I'm paying tax. Yeah. It's very complex.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Doctor, can I just ask one question?
Okay. So after that, we go to the audience.
Yes. Is it not possible to exempt some critical investors from tax completely? Like people who are in energy sector, like this power sector. What do we lose if you say, okay, if we're an investor in power sector, we exempt you. If you're an investor in medical hospitals, we exempt you. These are areas where government doesn't have capacity to deliver. So if you see private sector people delivering, you can completely waive all the taxes for them. I think that is one thing, and one of the things that you can be looking at. You're
Yes.
a member of this committee. I think you can take it back, and maybe you have a supplementary bill.
No, their job is not ended.
Definitely there will be supplementary, but
Oh, yes.
again, we go back to Nigerian tax to GDP ratio, and we're talking about tax expenditure. Any tax you give out by way of incentive, by way of relief, by way of allowance, is not recognized as tax collection. It's a tax giveaway, tax expenditure. And, you know, if you look at the West African or African tax to GDP ratio, which is ranging around 15 or thereabout, we're still far from there. But that does not mean that there are no incentives. If you look at the bill or law, I'm assuming it has been signed, there is what we call the priority sector. And for those priority sector, there are sunset period as to how long the incentive will be available. And for anyone that takes those advantage, you have minimum of about 10 years tax-free on the basis of the provision. And after that, for example, there is the first 5 years, the quantum of credit you have or the tax credit you want to claim can take you to as long as 10 years. So 10 years, again, for power, for agriculture, is small. You give an agricultural company 10 years, they're into palm plantation. For 10 years, they have just started harvesting gradually, and the incentive is over. So those are issues again.
All right, it's a tough one. Now, because of our time, I want to come to the audience. I will take a question here if there's anyone that wants to raise a question. Okay, yes, sir, you'll be number one. Another person here, any question from this? Okay, then one from there.
Yes, sir.
So, any question from this? Okay, you'll be number two, ma. Anybody from that? Okay, thank you, ma. All right, so sorry because of our time, we won't be able to take more than three. But please make it straight to the point, succinct.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
My
sir.
name is Ario Francis. I listened to the discussion from the beginning, and I kept on pondering. And my concern is that all the discussion borders on governance, and governance is about leadership. So where are we really heading to in this country? So I was asking myself, have we really gained anything from the 2 years fuel subsidy that was removed?
All right.
Has we gained anything? Okay. And if we have gained anything, what have we really used it for that is feasible as a nation? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. So we are asking about the benefits or gains from fuel subsidy removal and implementation. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Over here.
Where's the person? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monica Arenzi. My question is, since yesterday and today we talked about tax reforms, and today we are talking about reforms at the same time. And I knew that when we are talking about reforms, we don't discriminate reforms from person with disability. So if I have a company today, the same thing everybody pays is what I pay. Is that right? Good. So now, why is it that our environment is not enabling me to be able to add my quota as a person with disability? Because, for instance, I will travel, I will enter transportation. The transportations are not enabling me to move from point A to B because it's not inclusive. Likewise, if I want to take an air flight, most times they always carry me to the air flight. Is that how we'll do sustainability? Is it how I'm going to be a great investor and have my own quota in the business environment? And lastly, as we are talking about reforms, private sector's growth and maximum national impact, why is it still very difficult for both the private sector and the government to study the Disability Act? At least that can also help for development in industrial sectors. Thank you.
All right, thank you so very much. So we come to you here, ma'am. Thank you for that.
afternoon. So, my question is...
name, please.
My name is Sim Deborah Bauer. My question is, he said something earlier about GENCOs, and since the distribution of power bill has been removed from the exclusive list, so far so good, private sectors have been encouraged to come in to generate decentralized power systems. Now, with all of that, going back to the licensing for distribution of power from, let's say, solar or CNG generation plants. Now, the government had took it out of exclusive list, but when it comes to the licensing for those decentralized power systems, there's still a lot of bottlenecks for new players coming in to generate power. So what is the government doing for investment? And then when it comes to investments also, when you go to, what do you call them now, sorry, players like banks and the rest, and then you ask for investments, usually they look at capex like, let's say, 500 million, 100 million, but then to set up 2 megawatts will cost about $3 million. Now, coming in as an intending GENCO, when you ask for such large amounts, it seems so big, but then I've been in the industry, the solar engineering, for close to a decade now. We know that, as he said earlier, 5 billion is nothing. But now going to companies, going to the government, seeking approval for loans for minimum of even $3 million, which is just 2 megawatts. The bottlenecks are, it always seems like a large figure. Meanwhile, in the power industry, it's a very, very little, very minute figure. So what is the government doing, and what can we do to be able to, let's say, incentives also and tax breaks for the mini and the microgrid generation companies? What can be done to help us?
All right, thank you very much. Now, because the questions were not directed at any particular panelist, so I will leave it open to our panelists to speak to those 3 questions. The one written that was passed to me is about the power sector, and asking what can be done in that regard. Privatization of the power sector vis-a-vis, the results we expect. What should the government do? So basically, it's still in the same line with what we have had. So, gentlemen, who wants to take what?
Well, let me talk about the gains from the reform. Now, the way to look at it is that if we have not had the reform, what will have been the consequences? The system will have collapsed completely. Dr. Okiti referenced it when he was making his opening remarks. Our fiscal position had practically collapsed. Government operations were being funded from printing of money. And some of those things were not even reflecting in the budget. They were being done through some unorthodox means just to finance the operations. There was a lot of currency swap, taking domiciliary account money to fund the FX. There was a lot of forward sales of crude. We were using our reserves to borrow more money just to support the Naira. It's like kicking the can down the road. So if you had continued on that trajectory, the whole system will have collapsed. And the situation we'll have found ourselves will be much worse than what we're experiencing now. Because it's about fixing the fundamentals. You can't build something on nothing. The only challenge is that in fixing the fundamentals, we have had some costs, some challenges in some sectors for some people and all of that, which we have not sufficiently addressed. I think those are some of the things that we need to fix. But as for whether that reform was necessary or not, I can tell you it was something that was needed, to bring the economy back from the brink. That will be my submission. The same thing with the fuel subsidy. We are getting to a point where, for several years, NNPC was not remitting anything to the Federation account. Nothing. And people were becoming billionaires. Just doctoring invoices and all of that. A lot of scandal. We have similar scandal with the Forex under the previous CBN regime. People were selling Forex. It became the biggest business for anybody to do. So things were so bad. But we need to address the pains that has come out from the reform. And I think we need to do that. If you had revenue from the reform, like this, all these liquidity challenges we are talking in power sector, we can channel part of it to it. So that we don't have this crisis in the power sector. At least we know what that we have benefited something from it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just speak to the question on persons with disability. And there's a provision in the Act. If you go to section 20, subsection 1M, and it says that any expense incurred by a person on assistive devices and disability-related products, including hearing aids, wheelchair, and braille materials, are all going to be deductible and granted exemption. There's a provision that is there for such persons. And then if you go to section 13, that has to, under the Nigerian tax bill, that has to do with employment and startups. Okay, there are also provisions that give them some level of incentive, apart from the fact that for those that are within a bracket of a turnover of what we call the small company, they have massive exemption and grace period has been granted to them. So those incentives are there, and if you look at investors generally, that is not major reason why people invest. They look at their what they stand to gain. Again, in terms of the power sector that you mentioned, it is the responsibility of NEC, okay, to issue those licenses. And now that it has been liberalized to some extent, where even states can legislate on them, we believe that they should also be given power to certify or to grant those licenses without having to come to federal. I believe those ones will be done in the course of the implementation. And that is why there is also, we're also part of putting together the guideline and not leaving it to the government agencies. Because some of them can be selfish sometimes. If you see even the NEPSA people, when they are issuing their licenses, they are more concerned about the fees they are charging for companies to go into the free trade zone. And the free trade zone is really not free, if you don't know. Because people pay as much as over $500,000 just to register and be a member of the free trade zone. So how is that free?
Yeah,
okay.
That's certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, let's take your comment as the last one, and then I will wrap it up.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I just lead some comments to a question around incentives for the power sector, right? One of the, I think to the previous comments too, that when you have incentives that give profit tax exemptions, right? I used to know someone that says, at least the business should make profit first before the tax exemption can then play. There is no benefit to me if I have a tax exemption that exempts my profit from tax if I'm not actually making profit, right? So government needs to create a situation where businesses need to make profit, right? Then the tax conversation can then be easier, which is the mantra of the committee, right? Whereby we don't tax the seed, we tax the fruit, right? So when businesses drive growth, then tax can then naturally follow. The other aspect, again, is when it comes to, we're talking about coordination among government agencies. One of the key incentives for renewable energies is the VAT exemption and possible import duty exemption on some solar-related equipment, right, batteries and panels, right? Now, there was some dichotomy between the position of the law administered by the FIRS and what the Nigerian Customs Services implement at the point of importation. right? So there is some coordination that has now happened with the special advisor to the president on energy, right? Where there's more coordination, there's more engagement, right? So renewable companies, investors, right, who are looking to enjoy those incentives. We've supported clients who do that. And I think those things are available. Thank you.
All right, thank you so very much, panelists. So clearly taken away from this session will be number one, that the reforms we have had in Nigeria were inevitable. That's a clear message we are taking away. Secondly, the reforms also are not an end to themselves. So which means they need to be continually interrogated, and also we measure the impact. 3 different dimensions in terms of enhancing efficiency, enhancing productivity, and of course, deepening welfare. In which case, if there are gaps in those areas of impact, we need to further interrogate and see what needs to be done. We have also agreed there that there should be more coordination and alignment of the different planks of the reforms so that we can really get the value out of the changes we are making. But I will make this point because we couldn't deal with that in the course of our conversation. And that is our role also at the private sector. And I'm happy that, Mr. Ario, you mentioned governance. In fact, when you started, my mind went to good corporate governance practices. Which brings it on our own table as private sector operators. That we also must be alive to our responsibilities and live by the principles of good corporate governance. Because, as we have seen here, the success of any reform is on both sides. Government leads reforms, but the private sector also, who are the ones to be impacted anyway, also play their own role in terms of where we need to make our contributions as well. So let me say a very big thank you to my panel, and you made my job easy. And as I said at the very beginning, these are top professionals, and Nigeria is quite blessed to have you in our nation. Thank you so very much. And also to the leadership of NECA, I want to, on behalf of us here, say a big thank you for giving us this opportunity. We appreciate it. Thank you also the audience for being patient with us. So, the MC, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Please just hold on. Please permit me to call the president of the Federation of Construction Industry, FUSI, Chief Bera, able to pass the plaques. Then I will invite the president chairman of Council of NECA to also join us for the picture. But Chief Bera will do the presentation of the plaques. Quickly, please. Dr. Kitty? Thank you, Dr. Adetupe. Thank you very much, Dr. Adetupe.
alone.
Hello. All right, thank you so much, our moderator, Dr. Abiodun Adedikwe. Thank you so much. We also had Dr. Muda Yusuf, Babatunde Olaniyi, and Albert Folorenshaw. Thank you, and Dr. Okiti especially. We thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for our panelists as they exit to take their seats. Don't forget, I've been informed that when we round off, please stay on your seats. Stay on your seats. You will be served lunch. There is more than enough for all, so please, there is no rush. For now, I also want members of the Governing Council to be ready for a photographic session with the President and the Director General. For now, it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Victoria Uwadoka, Chairman, Summit Planning Committee, to carry out the summing it up, to give us a roundup of both yesterday and today of exactly the things that happened. Please, a round of applause for her as she steps to the podium.
Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends and partners. It's really delightful to see us all in the room. Our commitment could not be demonstrated more than by our continuous presence here. I want to just follow the existing protocols. I don't want to stand on it right now. And as we bring this fourth Nigeria Employers Summit to a close, we're inspired, and our hope is renewed and rekindled by the conversations that we have had, the conversations that have taken place over the past few days. This summit was not convened to assess where we are, or merely assess where we are, or list the problems and challenges that we have. The summit was convened to shape where we must go, and I dare say that we have succeeded in doing that. We have listened to compelling insights from government leaders, captains of industry, development partners, and subject matter experts. And across the powerful keynotes and robust plenary sessions, some truths have become very undeniable. One, Nigeria's pathway to economic resilience and competitiveness lies in one word: alignment. Alignment around bold, coordinated, and sustained multi-sectoral collaboration that must continue to happen from this room and from this time onwards. The second truth is that the reforms were necessary. Yes, from the fuel subsidy removal to the harmonization of exchange rates, as well as the fiscal and tax policy reforms, amongst others, were very necessary. And they are taking us on the path that we must follow. From fiscal and tax reform to trade facilitation, regulatory efficiency, enterprise resilience, and sustainability, we have explored the full spectrum of what it means to enable enterprise in a transitioning economy. Together, we have interrogated the hard questions, including how do we go from potential to performance? For many years, we've heard Nigeria has potential. Nigeria has potential. How do we translate that to performance? Those are the questions that we've tackled during these past few days. How do we move from volume to value in trade and production? And how do we ensure that reforms are not merely announced, but that they are aligned, properly sequenced, and then sustained? Our sessions covered the urgency of the tax reforms, which we hope are now law, not for its own sake, but to strike the right balance between government revenue and business competitiveness. Two, the critical role of regulatory coherence, ensuring that doing business in Nigeria is not a marathon of obstacles, but a predictable and enabling process. We also looked at the need to move from a mono economy to a value-driven industrial base with strong supply chains, productive capacity, and trade facilitation at its core. We also looked at the importance of inclusive reforms that do not leave MSMEs, the informal sector, or the rural enterprises behind. And of course, we looked at the role of sustainability and ESG, not as a checkbox, but as a lever for long-term business competitiveness and national development. Over the past few days, we heard from government officials and policymakers and decision makers. We heard them reaffirm their commitment to removing the structural and regulatory roadblocks that hamper growth. We heard us, the private sector, calling not just for enabling policies, but we offered practical solutions and investment-ready ideas. Our development partners urged us to invest in infrastructure, in human capital development, data-driven reforms that yield measurable impact. Please allow me to share a few quotes that stood out for me during the sessions. From the first one, Taiwo Oyedele told us, if Nigeria works, everybody will find a place in that Nigeria. Another quote I picked up from him is, we want to make it more expensive for people to do the wrong things. Let there be a reward for doing the right thing in Nigeria. And then Mr. Ajibola Olomola, partner and head advisory at KPMG, said, all we ask as industry is make life easy for us, make things simple, make it easier for us to comply, and we will comply. And then today, Uwa Jumogu told us that we need to grow fast, and we need to grow big. That is important. And he said something that struck me. I don't know if it stood out for you as well. He said, predictability does not mean that things do not change or that things remain the same. Predictability is that when things do change, there is a process for managing that change. There is a protocol for managing that change. That is very important, and that stood out for me. And that's what we're doing from here out. Now, there are a couple of things that we have taken note of that we will continue the conversations around going forth from here. There is what the chairman of NASME told us. We need to de-risk the private sector because financing at over 30% interest rate is not sustainable. We also need, and I think this last panel really dwelt on energy. Energy is a critical challenge. He said a very high percentage of Nigerian businesses go out of business due to the challenges that they have with energy. And then we heard from Mr. Eugene Itwa about ESG. ESG is not all about risks, it's about opportunities. And I think that the moderator of that panel pointed us back to look at where the opportunities are so we can invest in it. ESG is not the opposite of competitiveness or profitability. It is about profitability. And Professor Franklin said one thing. He said, we need to create more awareness about the concept of sustainability because that is something that most of us practice in our businesses but are not conscious that that's what we're doing and we're not doing it proactively. He said, I don't think there is a difference between sustainability and profitability. Where sustainability does not drive profitability, then it's not worth it. So, ladies and gentlemen, summing it all up, this summit must not end in this room. It must live beyond these walls. Let us from this point forward move from dialogue to delivery, knowing that good intentions are not enough without institutional follow-through. We must deepen the public-private development partnerships that are already happening and that they must be grounded in transparency, continued mutual accountability, and drive measurable outcomes. We must champion inclusive reforms that reflect the needs of all sectors, large and small, urban and rural, formal and informal. And we must create mechanisms for joint progress tracking because we cannot improve what we do not measure. So this summit for us is not a close or is not a means in itself. It's a mandate for action, not a conclusion. It is just the beginning. We can build a Nigeria where policies are predictable, where businesses are empowered, and where growth is not just inclusive, but truly sustainable. And before I hand over to Mr. DG for his closing remarks, on behalf of the Planning Committee at NECA, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to the President and Chairman of Council, to the DG of NECA, for the opportunity given to us to serve in this capacity. And with that, I would like to invite the DG, Mr. Adewale Smart, for the vote of thanks. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that summing up. Actually, we had great, robust conversations here. Don't forget, members of the planning committee, we have some gifts for you, so don't go away after the national anthem. And of course, there will be a photo session with the governing council members and the DG and the president. For now, it's my pleasure, honor, to invite the president of Council of NECA, Mr. Ifeanyi Okoye, OFR, to step to the podium for his closing remarks. Please. Oh, I understand he's a doctor. He's a humble man, sir. So please, a round of applause. This is the organizer. What I've been enjoying here about our country. Let's appreciate him now. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think these 2 days is just like half a day. It has come and gone, and it's as if we are just starting. Remember what we said at the beginning? This is not just a talk shop. We've had the opportunity of having almost all the government officials we invited. And of course, the private sector, everybody came, and we all exchanged wonderful ideas. It's our duty as NECA, though we can be friendly with the government, but our duty is to pass all these discussions to them and follow up for their implementation. Nothing you've suggested here, nothing you've said here will just die off like that. Be assured that. Thank you very much. Be assured that we are going to follow everything up step by step. That's why we're here. We remain the voice of the organized private businesses in this country, and we assure you that if you are not with us and you intend coming in to be with us, the doors are wide open. We thank you very much for coming, and we believe we are not going the way we came. I think we are going heavily loaded and heavily assured that what we came for, we're going to get implemented. Thank you very much.
Please, a better round of applause for the president of NECA, Dr. Ifeanyi Okoye, OFR. It's my pleasure now to invite the Director General, Mr. Adewale Smart, the Director General of NECA, for the vote of thanks. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Can we have the sponsors logo on the screen? First, without the sponsors, we probably won't be here, and they've been very loyal, very committed, very supportive. So please, let's give all the sponsors a round of applause, please. I crave your indulgence. Let's give them a round of applause. From those that supported with products, those that supported for paying for the hall, so many kind of support, and for you also for the moral support. Please, can you give yourself a round of applause, please? So it's been 2 days, very intensive 2 days, and having this all still full from our perspective is emphasized the reason or the object of the summit. So thank you all for joining us. I also want to especially on behalf of the president appreciate the other arms of the organized private sector. We have Man was here yesterday. The DG also returned now. We have the president, the freshly minted president of NASIMA, and who is also the president of organized private sector, was here yesterday. The DG NASMA was here also yesterday to join us. And the president of NASME was also with us today, making 4 arms of the private sector joining this conversation. As I said, probably next year or the years ahead, the summit might be a private sector summit, but still keeping the DNA of NECA as it were. While I will call most respectfully the chairman of council and all governing council members to join me upstairs for a group picture with the president, I will just share 2 opportunities for all of us that are here, and also emphasize the need for us to follow us. Recently, we got an opportunity from the International Organization of Employers in partnership with Microsoft to train 30,000 SMEs on AI for business. It's going to be a free training through NECA ICT Academy in Lagos and Abuja, and you can log in online to run those training. We'll start in August, so please keep up with us on all our social media handles. If we have the social media handles there, we can show it on the screen. 30,000 SMEs, free training on AI for business, and they are going to get the Microsoft certificates. Also, we'll be training about 100,000 young Nigerians on improving your fluency in AI. Because AI is just the denominator for all of us now. Whether you're in academics, you're in business, it's all AI driven now. So please follow us on our social media handles. Those are opportunities for all of us to appropriate as much as you can. So permit me to also invite to the front the chairman of council and president of NECA. Please, let's give president a round of applause, please. While I also invite all council members of NECA to kindly join us on the stage. All governing council members of NECA, most respectfully, kindly join us on the stage for a group picture with the president. After the picture with the governing council, I also request all affiliates that are here and members of the organized private sector, including the DG Man, to also join us for picture. Then after the second round of picture with the affiliates, with DG Man, DG Nasima, we also call the planning committee for the summit to also join the president and chairman for a group picture.
Thank you so much there, DG. Don't forget, members of the planning committee, I understand that the organizers have some things for you, so please don't leave. You're a member of the planning committee. Don't go away after the national anthem. If you have not gotten your lunch pack, please don't go away after the national anthem.
DG Man, respectfully, sir. DG, Mr. Muda. Dr. Muda, please join us also. Dr. Lanrewaju, please join us also. And peradventure, you are not in front, but you are... Peradventure, you are a DG in the house. Okay, we have a representative of DG DSS. Please, can you join us, sir, please? Peradventure, you are a DG or an executive secretary of any sectoral or organization, please, you can also join us. DGs and executive, no, it's not just for sectoral. The planning committee members, while you are coming, please designate the ushers to man your positions, that we don't have any story that touches the heart as we are living. Planning committee, please designate the ushers to man your position here and also at the experience center. Very important, please.
All right, thank you so much. Congratulations, members of the planning committee, for a wonderful event. We appreciate you. Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, just NECA staff, NECA colleagues in the hall, please just join us. Thank you very much. Please, let's give the secretarial staff a round of applause, please, as they go. Thank you for the sleepless nights. Thank you very much. Then I want to call on the president to help us to give a thank you plaque to we call them external but internal planning committee. That's the chairman and the 5 sub-team vice chairman, because each of the sub-team was managed by each of these vice chairmen. So I want to call on Ms. Victoria Wadoka. Please kindly join us for your presentation. And I'll call the 5 vice persons to also get ready. Thank you, Victoria, for the support for always. Thank you very much. Mr. Vivian? Mr. Vivian, yep. Thank you, Victoria. Mr. Vivian Mikem, thank you very much for your support. We appreciate. Thank you very much. Mrs. Soromidayo George, she's not here, but she'll be ably represented by a colleague. Mr. Oladejo Adeyemi, thank you, Yemi, for the support. Thank you very much. And for Zainab Obagun, Zainab had to urgently go back to Lagos, but she will be represented by one of our colleagues. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President. So please, the exhibition is still going on. You can feel free to check the exhibition stand, while we also most respectfully request us to rise up even as we take the national anthem.
Were it up to me? Yes, please rise. Were it up to me, I will give an award to the president and the director general myself. So since I can't do that, there's something we can do before we take the national anthem. Please, a round of applause for the president of NECA and the director general. Make it warmer. We said, let's appreciate people now. Let's not wait. Thank you so very much. So, Mr. DJ, if you're ready, let's give honor to our country as we round up this show.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria,
God bless you all. Thank you so much. We wish you a safe journey. If you have not been served your lunch, please wait. There's enough for all. God bless you. See you next time. Thanks to NECA. Goodbye.